Hi everyone. I think now yes everybody, I think now I'm perfectly audible and visible. So hi everyone, welcome to PW NEET English. I hope I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. So guys, we have completed human physiology in this particular week. So today we are going to practice the top 500 question, not just from the biology, but from the physics, chemistry, as well as from the biology. So whatsoever you have revised in this one particular week, that is what we are going to cover here. That is what we are going to practice here, because we understand that practicing the question is equally important. Right, students? Right? Yes or no? Yes or no? I hope I'm perfectly audible. I hope I'm perfectly audible. Yes, everyone? Okay, great. So ready for the MCQ practice? So the poll will be there. So it's a humble request, guys. Do install the pylons. And if you are new to our channel, make sure you subscribe our channel, right? If you're new to our channel, make sure you subscribe our channel. So let's start with the PYQ. So what would you like to start first, guys? What would you like to start first, guys? Yes, everyone? Yes? Yes, everyone? Breathing and exchange, or do you want to start from chemical coordination? Whatever you will say, I'll proceed accordingly. Whatever you will say, I will proceed accordingly. Quickly tell me. Quickly, what would you like to start from first chapter or from the last chapter? Yes? First or last? PYQ. Of course. Now, PYQ is fine, but from breathing and exchange of gases or from chemical coordination? Yes? Breathing. Okay, let's get started and let me see how well you guys are prepared for that. Okay, right? So let's proceed, guys. Let's proceed. Let's discuss. So this is the first question. It's a kind of mixed question, so I will not pick that up. So it is as per the PYQ. So I am going to start with this particular question. So here it is in front of all of you. Is that clear? 1 second. Here it is in front of all. Array. Now, guys, let's start the question. Arey, 1 second, bhaiya, 1 second, 1 second. सर अब आप मत कीजिए, अब मेरा क्लास लाइव चल रहा है, प्लीज. Done. So you can see that. Let's start the first question, guys. Today we do not have the poll. Let's start it directly. Quick. Yes. Quick, everyone. So in the charts, I would like to see the answers. Everybody, quick. Quick, everybody. Everyone, quick. Yes, everybody. So what should be the answer? Let's discuss it. I am also right. So I'm checking out your charts, and I hope that everybody here take part in the discussion. So yes, expiratory capacity, functional residual capacity, vital capacity, and inspiratory capacity. That is what we have. So you know that when it comes to the capacities, they are the combination of the volumes. So when you talk about the expiratory capacity, here tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume will be there, right? So inspiratory capacity Respiratory will have tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume there. Vital capacity will be having tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume plus expiratory reserve volume will be there. Functional residual capacity will have, students, the residual volume plus your ERV. So that is how you have to remember, and we have discussed that in our detailed marathon as well. So yes, you people can check expiratory capacity. A will go with, right, tidal volume plus A will go with 2, right. Functional residual capacity will go with 4. A with 2. Yes, so functional residual capacity, let me check that here, right. So expiratory capacity, tidal volume plus this, functional B with 4, vital capacity will go with tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, inspiratory capacity will go here. So D will go with 3, right beta. C will go with 1, D will go with 3, C will go with 1, A will go with 2, and B will go with 4. Why you people are mentioning A in the chat section? Why are you mentioning A in the chat section? I can see majority of students are saying A in the chat section, but it is C that is going to be your correct answer. It is C that is going to be your correct answer. Isn't it? Isn't it? So which of the following factors are favorable for the formation of oxyhemoglobin in alveoli? Which of the following factors are favorable for the formation of oxyhemoglobin in alveoli? Another important question, another most important topic. Yes, everybody? Yes? Done? Quick? Which of the following factors are favorable for the oxyhemoglobin? So, bache, when we say oxyhemoglobin, a very important point that you all need to keep in your mind, right? Oxyhemoglobin, right? So, when it comes to the oxyhemoglobin, that you have oxygen plus hemoglobin, they will bind. They are forming the oxyhemoglobin. This is also known as oxygenation. A very important process, and let me tell you, it is reversible. This attachment of oxygen to hemoglobin is actually reversible. It is not something permanent. And what are the factors that favor that? High partial pressure of oxygen will be there, right? Low partial pressure of CO2 is required there, right? And if oxygen is having high partial pressure and if CO2 is having low partial pressure, here you will see the H positive concentration is going to be low, right? H positive concentration is going to be low, temperature is going to be low. These are the conditions here. So look at it. Do we have this low PCO2? Yes, but partial pressure of CO2, but high H positive? No. Low partial pressure of CO2, high temperature? No. High partial pressure of no. So high partial pressure of oxygen and less H positive concentration. So D is going to be my correct answer. What is the correct answer here? D is the correct answer here. Is that clear? Now the next question, select the sequence of steps in respiration. And let me tell you, in 2026 exam also, bacha, they asked you this question. Right? In 2026 exam also, they asked you this particular question. That is what you have to take care. Right? That is what now you have to take care. Done? Is that clear? Is that clear? So select the sequence of steps in respiration. Right? In respiration. Quick. So here you can see, as I said, in 2026, they also asked the same question. And when it comes to this particular thing, when it comes to your NCERT, wherever you are having the pointers, be it biomolecules, enzyme substrate complex, be it this respiration part, right? So these step related topics, right? They are very important. They usually ask question from this part. So make sure you underline such parts. So select the sequence of steps in respiration. So what do you have there? Diffusion of gases, diffusion of oxygen. So see, here in this particular question, right, what is going to be the catch? You know that pulmonary ventilation is the first step, right? Inhale, exhale, right? And at the end, what's going to happen? First of all, inhalation is there. Then the gaseous exchange across alveolar wall, then transport of gases by blood, and then at the level of tissue also exchange is there. And finally, oxygen will be utilized, right? Finally, the oxygen will be utilized by the cells, right? At the level of cell, oxygen will be utilized at the end. So here you people can see this utilization of oxygen by the cells for catabolic reaction and resultant release of CO2 is there. So E is going to be my last step. So here, even if I don't know the sequence, but if I know that it is the cellular respiration which is at the end, so obviously I will find my answer directly. I will find my answer directly. So sometimes you have to go for the smart work as well, students. Chaliye, let's move to the next question. Very simple question. Vital capacity of lungs. Right, vital capacity of lungs. Guys, quick. Yes? Done? So vital capacity is equals to tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume plus expiratory reserve volume. So let me tell you this thing here, students. Let me tell you this thing here, students. So what do you have? See, you can remember we have inspiratory capacity, expiratory capacity, vital capacity, total lung capacity, and functional residual capacity. Right? Inspiratory, expiratory, vital, total lung capacity, functional residual capacity is also there. So tidal volume, tidal volume, tidal volume, and here also tidal volume. So for these four capacities, initially put the tidal volume there. Now in front of that, it should be inspiratory reserve volume. Here, it should be expiratory reserve volume. Here, it should be inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, and here you will consider everything. You will also consider the residual volume here, students, and in functional residual capacity, just a residual volume or ERV, right? So this one you can also write like this. Okay, so that is the way to remember that. So inspiratory capacity, be it expiratory, vital, total lung capacity, you are keeping the tidal volume. If it is inspiratory, add IRV. If it is expiratory, add ERV. Vital, add both. For total, even include the residual volume. And when it is the functional residual capacity, there will be residual volume plus expiratory reserve volume will be there. So now you know which one is our answer. Hanji, which one is our answer? This one. Chaliye, let's move to the next part. Let's move to the next part. Which of the following statements are correct with respect to the vital capacity? Which of the following? Look at the question. Look at the question. Right? Look at the question. I'm reading your charts as well, guys. Done? Yes, everybody. So what are they saying? Which statements are correct with respect to vital capacity? So it includes ERV, TV, IRV. Obviously, we just read. Yes, that's true. Tidal volume of air, a person, right? Total volume of air, a person can inspire after a normal expiration, number one. Then they are saying maximum volume of air a person can breathe in after forced expiration. They are asking about what? Vital capacity of the lungs. That's the question. So please pay attention. Now, it includes ERV, RV, IRV. No. D is incorrect. I will eliminate these two options. Isn't it? Now, maximum volume of air a person can. Maximum volume of air a person can breathe in after forced expiration, or the maximum volume of air a person can breathe out after forced inspiration. So yeah, A, C, E, they all are correct, isn't it? They all are correct. Now, select the favorable condition for formation of oxyhemoglobin. Already told you, so that's why I'm passing this question quickly. So you people can see, yeah, we do need the high partial pressure. We do need the high partial pressure of oxygen. We do need the low partial pressure of carbon dioxide for oxyhemoglobin formation. The H positive should be low. H positive should be low means the pH is going to be high and the temperature has to be low. These are the conditions which favor the oxyhemoglobin formation, students. So that's what you need to remember here, right? That's what you need to remember here, right? That is what you need to remember here. So this is what you have to keep in your mind. Is that clear? This is what you have to keep in your mind. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? So this is important. So in the lungs, we see Haldane effect is there. Okay. Next, the partial pressure at alveoli are. At alveoli, what should be the partial pressure? What should be the partial pressure? Quick, everybody. So from this particular table of partial pressure, mostly you get the questions. Okay, mostly you get the questions. Done? Quickly, answer it to me. Quickly. So what should be the answer here? What should be the answer here? So at the alveoli they are asking. So obviously this is going to be the answer. Partial pressure of oxygen and CO2 is given here. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? Very good, Aman. Very good, Aman. Right? Very good, Vinu. So yes, D is the correct answer. Now let's move to the next part. Select the correct events that occur during the inspiration. Select the correct events that occur during inspiration. Everybody, quick. Correct event that occurred during inspiration, even in the live lecture, right? I took the marathon. I told you already about that, right? I told you already about that. So we took the marathon, and in that marathon also, bache, we discussed it in detail, right? So live sessions are also going on, right, beta? For your revision, you people can see, right? On Sunday, that is tomorrow, I will be taking the live plant physiology session, right? Live plant physiology session, NCERT plus PYQs. So make sure you attend this particular session. The detailed plant physiology will be completed here. So from this one single session, you can easily answer 10 to 13 questions in your final NEET examination as well. And here you can see, bacha, here you can see human physiology is done. For physical chemistry, for your physics as well, for your chemistry as well, the revision is going on. So this is what you can follow if you are new to our channel, but make sure you subscribe our channel, right, students? Now come back to this. Select the correct events that occur during inspiration, right? Select the correct events that occur during inspiration. So this is what you have to keep in your mind. Is that clear? So contraction of diaphragm, contraction of external intercostal muscle, pulmonary volume decreases, or pulmonary pressure increases. See, it is inspiration. So to inhale, the volume has to be high and the pressure has to be low. Boyle's law, right? Right. So why the air should enter? Simple. If atmospheric, if I would say the atmospheric pressure is high inside our lungs, if it is going to be low, from high to low, it is going to move, right? So if pressure will be low, when will it be low? When the volume is going to be high, right? So yes, during inspiration, there is the contraction of diaphragm muscle, there is the contraction of external intercostal muscle, and volume need to be high, not decrease. So yeah, intrapulmonary pressure, volume. Pressure is low here, so volume needs to be high. So here, but they are saying ki pulmonary volume decreases. No, basically pulmonary volume decreases. Yeah, beta, pulmonary volume will decrease. That's true here. One second. During inspiration, what should be there? Volume should be more. Volume should be more. Hana, it is saying pulmonary volume is decreasing. Intrapulmonary pressure should increase. No, intrapulmonary pressure, it is less. And we also say there is negative intrapulmonary pressure. So 1 and 2 is going to be correct. 1 and 2 is going to be correct. Okay. Okay, beta, no, intrapulmonary pressure during inspiration is less, right? It is negative intrapulmonary pressure. Negative intrapulmonary pressure. Is that clear? It is negative intrapulmonary pressure. Is that clear? Chaliye, next question, move to the next question. Match the following, right? Match the following columns and select the correct option here. Match the following columns and select the correct option here, right? So you want pole. Okay, 1 second. Let me ask my team. right? Let me ask my team. Done? Okay, you want poll? We'll fix it. सर अब लगा दीजिए पोल. Yes. So first you answer this. I'll ask my team to put the poll as well. Don't worry. So pneumotoxic center, oxygen dissociation curve, carbonic anhydrase, primary site. See, primary site for gaseous exchange. Simple. D will go with 1. So I can directly eliminate 2 options. See, such simple questions they ask in the paper sometimes. So carbonic anhydrase, we know that the fastest enzyme is in the RBCs, right, bache? So just 1 second, they are fixing it. So yes, the poll will be there in the session. Let me fix this. Done? Done. So you got the poll. So here, you know that what is going to be your correct answer. So oxygen dissociation curve is also there. So oxygen dissociation curve. So obviously hemoglobin pneumotoxic center will go here. So A will go with 2, right? B will go with 3 here, right? C will go with 4 here. D will go with 1. So A is going to be the correct answer. Now, this question, it's a very simple one. So I am starting the poll here for 30 seconds, right? So quickly answer it. Quickly answer it. So you don't even need 30 seconds. You just hardly need 10 seconds to answer this. Quick. Quick. Identify the wrong statement with reference to the transport of oxygen. So, partial pressure of CO2 can interfere with oxygen binding with hemoglobin. True. Higher H positive concentration in alveoli favors the formation. No. This is the incorrect one. This is what they are asking, but let's read other options as well. Low partial pressure of CO2 in alveoli favors the formation of oxyhemoglobin. True. Binding of oxygen with hemoglobin is mainly related to the partial pressure. So obviously, we know that what is the correct answer here. It is going to be B. Is that clear? Beta, they are asking wrong statement with transport of oxygen. Right. I think there is some confusion. Right. So higher H positive concentration in alveoli favors the formation of oxyhemoglobin. They have asked the wrong statement. That's why I always mention this thing to you all, right? That is why I always mention this particular thing to you all, that always highlight the keyword. Chaliye, let's move to the next part. Total lung capacity is the total volume of air accommodated in the lungs at the end of inspiration. So this one is a very simple question. I believe you all can answer. At the end of, right, forced inspiration, what you people will see here. Quick everyone, and make sure you subscribe our channel. Make sure you hit the like button. Quick. Guys, quick. So you know that it's very easy. For TLC, I told you, you have to consider everything. This is what you have. This is what you have, isn't it? Isn't it? So what should be the correct answer? C, right? What should be the correct answer? So it is going to be C. Is that clear? So 42.86% students are able to answer it correctly. Very bad. Chali, next question. Next question. I'm starting the poll here. So quickly answer it. Tidal volume and expiratory reserve volume of an athlete is given. What will be the expiratory capacity if residual volume is 1200 ml? It's a good question, guys. Quick. 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 It's a very simple question. See, tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume is equals to expiratory capacity. So tidal volume is 500. This expiratory reserve volume is 1000. So it has to be 1500. So this time expiratory capacity, residual volume is of no requirement here, right? So which one is my correct answer? A is my correct answer. A is my, how can you mark C? But it doesn't mean that if you have something given here, so you have to mark all the options. Yeah, you have to add everything. So that's why I told you, bache, expiratory capacity. This is what expiratory capacity is. So you really need to work here as per your performance. I can see that, right? Many students, they are answering it incorrectly. So guys, please do it. So let's read the question and then I'll start the poll. Due to increasing airborne allergens, I'm repeating again, due to increasing airborne allergens and pollutants, many people in urban area are suffering from respiratory disorder, which is causing wheezing due to, right? Wheezing is there. So wheezing is the keyword here. So I'm starting the poll, right? I'm starting the poll. So everybody do answer it. So everybody do answer it. Yes, quick everybody. Quick everybody. Due to increasing airborne allergens and pollutants, many people. Yes, you can answer here in the poll. So we know that there will be yes, inflammation of bronchi and bronchioles, right? Inflammation of bronchi and bronchiole. Okay? Okay? Isn't it? Next question. Chaliye, next question is again related to these capacities. So I'm not going to start the poll. In simple way, we will discuss. So tidal volume is 500 ml. So yes, you can match A with 3. This has to be 3. Okay. Inspiratory reserve volume, beta. It is going to be IRV. It is 2500 to 3000 ml. So B will go with 1, A with 3, B will go with 1, C will go with this, D will go with this. So B is the correct answer, guys. B is the correct answer. Chaliye, next part. Which of the following options correctly represent the lung condition in asthma and emphysema? Right. So here, let me answer. And this poll is not there. So here we'll start the poll. Right, we'll start the poll. So you answer this question. It's a 2018 PYQ, guys. So which of the following options correctly represent the lung condition in asthma and emphysema? Quick. Quick. Quick, everyone. Okay, so let's discuss. So, which of the following options correctly represent the lung condition in asthma and emphysema? So, emphysema, you know that it is due to the continuous cigarette smoking. Okay, so yes, inflammation of bronchioles, decreased respiratory surface, increased number of bronchioles, increased will definitely not be there, right? So here, don't you think that A should be the correct answer? Absolutely right. Very good. Very good. So it is the A which is the correct answer. Beta, increased number of bronchiole? Seriously? Like seriously, bache? Huh? Seriously? In asthma and emphysema, this is what you are thinking. Matlab, your answers are quite shocking. Huh? Bache, this is not good. Acha, poll is not working. Poll is not working for you. So that, okay, done. Then I will not start it. So it is the A which is the correct answer, okay? So rest of the questions, right, they are also from the disorders part, from the capacities part, okay? So, first let's discuss that, then we'll go ahead. So lungs do not collapse between breaths and some air always remain in the lungs, which can never be expelled because so it is from 2016. So yes, everybody answer this question. Answer this question. Answer this question. If poll is not working, you can directly answer here in the chat, right? So quickly answer it to me. Quickly answer it. Hanji, why is it so? Why is it so? There is negative pressure in the lungs. Yeah, there is negative intrapleural pressure pulling at the lung walls. This is the correct answer, beta. There is a positive intrapleural pressure. No pressure in the lungs is higher than. So overall, this is the reason, right? There is a negative intrapleural pressure. You know now pleural membranes which are covering it. There is a pleural fluid in between. So negative intrapleural pressure is there, which is pulling at the lung walls. So this is B, which is going to be the correct answer here. Now, reduction in pH of blood will, right? Chale, try to answer it here in the poll. Reduction or in pH of blood will. Reduction in pH of blood will. Yes, everybody, quick. Reduction in pH of blood will. What will it do? If there is a reduction in pH, right? Decode the statement. Reduction in pH means low pH, means high H positive. So what will happen? What will happen? Obviously, you know that, right? The high H positive or the low pH, it means, right, there will be, it is going to affect the affinity of oxygen and hemoglobin. It will decrease, bache. It will decrease, right? Because this is the condition which doesn't favor the formation of oxyhemoglobin, right? Right. So you can even eliminate other options and you can see this is the A, which is the correct answer. Is that clear? It is the A which is the correct answer. Okay. Name the chronic respiratory disorder caused by cigarette smoking. Very simple, bacha. It's emphysema. Whenever they talk about the cigarette smoking. Now, asthma may be attributed to, right? Yes, inflammation of trachea, accumulation of fluid in the lungs, bacterial infection of lungs, yeah, allergic reaction of mast cells in lungs. It's a good one. It's a good one. Even if you remember, right, even if you remember what is happening during asthma, right, you will be able to answer that. You will be able to answer that. Guys, quick. So even if you are not able to answer in the poll, you can at least answer here. Yes. But I will definitely post a video today which will tell you how can you boost your marks, okay? So here what is the answer? See, in this part, there is inflammation of bronchi and bronchioles. So actually asthma is an allergic reaction. Allergen will be there in the body. Mast cells are going to release the histamines, and then there will be the inflammation will be there, right? So this is the D, which is going to be the correct answer here. Chaliye, next question. Next question, everybody. Right, I will start the poll. Let's see if it works for you. Name the pulmonary disease in which alveolar surface area involved in gas exchange is drastically reduced due to the damage in the alveolar wall. So again they are saying that the surface area is reduced. Why? Because the damage is there in the alveolar wall. The surface area is reduced. Why? Because damage is there in the alveolar wall. Is that clear? So what should be the answer? What should be the answer here? So beta, it is obviously, it is going to be emphysema. Is that clear? It is emphysema. And pleurisy means this is the inflammation of pleural membrane that is basically lining the lungs. So that's what you have to remember. Okay, next question again from 2015 exam. It is, right, I'm starting the poll. When you hold your breath, which of the following gas change in blood would first lead to the urge to breathe? It is related to urge to breathe. Guys, quick. Obviously, bache, when it comes to the breathing, right, oxygen has nothing to do with it. It is going to be the rising CO2 concentration. So even this is not the one that rising CO2 and falling CO2 oxygen concentration. No, it is basically oxygen is playing no role there. So it is going to be D here. It is going to be D here, bache, right? That rising CO2 concentration is the reason for that, right? So, chaliye, answer this one without poll directly. So approximately 70% of hemoglobin absorbed by the blood will be transported to the lungs in the form of bicarbonate ions. Chaliye, next. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. This figure is showing the diagrams A, B, C. So you have to tell the correct option. A is trachea. C, trachea, long tube supported by complete, no, C-shaped cartilaginous rings. Okay. C is alveoli. D is the D is the lower end of the lungs. Diaphragm pulls it down during inspiration. So I think this is easy for everybody. This is easy, right? Yes. Yes, beta, this is going to be A, right? It is correct that C here is showing the alveoli, right? The thin-walled vascular bag-like structure for gaseous exchange. Why not D? Because D is not the lower end of the lungs. It is rather the diaphragm. That is why. That is why. Is that clear? Chaliye, next question. Which one of the following is the correct statement or respiration? Beta, see, again, this is from the disorders, right? So I will take a different question there. Chaliye, answer this question. People who have migrated from plains to an area adjoining Rohtang Pass about 6 months back, what will they have? What will they have? Chaliye, answer this question. Answer this question. Read it and answer this question. First, you check the statements. Firstly, check the statement. Check this statement, guys, quick. Okay, so I hope you're done with it. I'm starting the poll. Answer it here in the poll, everybody. Answer it here in the poll, everybody. So people who have migrated from the plains to an area adjoining Rohtang Pass about 6 months back, what will happen? What will happen to them? Beta, Rohtang Pass, it is at higher altitude. They should have more RBCs and their hemoglobin will have lower binding. See, there the partial pressure of oxygen is going to be low, right? So just to adapt there, or to, I would say, acclimatize, what's going to happen? The more RBC production will be there, right? The affinity between the oxygen and hemoglobin is going to be low, so that quickly oxygen can get transported to the body cell. They are not physically fit, now suffer from altitude sickness with symptoms like nausea, fatigue, right? They are saying they have migrated from plains to that area about 6 months back. So if they will go immediately there, then this condition will be there. But about 6 months back, that's why A is the correct answer. Have the usual RBC, but their hemoglobin has very high binding. No, beta. So it is going to be A. That should be your correct answer. It is the A that is your correct answer, beta. See, if immediately you will go from plains to, you will go to higher altitudes where the partial pressure of oxygen is low, then you will have these symptoms. But they have clearly mentioned that 6 months back. So they have acclimatized, they'll acclimatize there, right? Okay, now this is again a very simple diagram, right, students? So what is A, B, and C? Quick. Quick. Yes. So out of all the options here, which one is the correct answer? Out of all the options here, which one is the correct answer? It's a very simple one. This is going to be alveolar cavity, main site for exchange of respiratory gases. Done, bache? So from the question like this, residual volume, right, beta, what is true about this and that? These are the kind of questions that they ask, right, every now and then. So whatsoever questions we have practiced, students, ultimately you are going to get the question from that part only, right? Right? Ultimately you will get the question from that part only. Matlab, these are the most repeated MCQs. So you can even see that, right? Either they are asking the question from the capacities or the volumes. Disorders, very important, right? Third thing is related to the what are the conditions favoring oxyhemoglobin, yeah, breaking that, yeah, for the carbaminohemoglobin, that is from transport thing. And the fourth type of important question from this particular part is going to be from your this partial pressure difference, and then the mechanism of breathing, right? So these are what we have already in detail we have discussed in our session. So once again, I'm going to give you a reminder here, right? So make sure, guys, make sure you do not forget to subscribe our channel, right? So, and as I said, right, Sunday I am coming up with complete plant physiology, right? Complete plant physiology session. So make sure you hit the like button, right? Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you join this particular session as well, right, beta? Right, beta? So complete plant physiology will be discussed there with PYQs, right? With PYQs. Okay, chali. Now I'm going to start the poll. So this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. Yes. Yes. So it's very simple. Emphysema, we know that this angina pectoris, this, that's what you have. So D with 1, A with 2, B with 3, C with 4. So yes, it is the D which is our correct answer. Okay, very good. Chali, let's move to the next question. let's move to the next question. So here, let's get started, students. Cardiac activity of the heart are regulated by. Cardiac activity of the heart are regulated by. Yes, everybody. Cardiac activities of the heart are regulated by. Everybody make sure you hit the like button as well. Quick. Beta C, nodal tissue will play the role. Special neural center in the medulla oblongata, right? Adrenal medullary hormones, but I don't think that we'll go for here. For what? Right? For the role of adrenal cortical hormone, medullary hormone, epinephrine, norepinephrine. Remember? Epinephrine, norepinephrine. So, their role we discuss here. So, what should be the correct answer? What should be the correct answer? You people can see that too. You people can see that too. Hanji. So, A, B and C. Okay. Beta, by mistake, I clicked on B, but it is the A that is going to be the correct answer. Okay, it is the A which is the correct answer. Absolutely. Chali, let's move to the next part. Following are the stages of an action potential through the heart. Following are the stages of the action potential through the heart. Again, a very simple question. Good. Quickly, go for it. Following are the stages of the pathway for the conduction of an action potential through the heart. Very simple question. It's a very simple question. Just go for it. Okay. So, you know that we'll start from the natural pacemaker SA node, AV node, right? So, first E, then C, then obviously AV bundle, right? Then you have these bundle branches and finally Purkinje fibers. So, yes, here C is going to be the correct answer. Chali, let's move to the next question. Let's move to the next question. Another important topic that is basically from ECG. So, what should be the correct answer here? Match list 1 with list 2. Yes, everybody, match list 1 with list 2 here. What should be the correct answer here? Match list 1 with list 2. Quick, everybody. Match list 1 with list 2 here. It's simple, right? QRS, we know it very well. Depolarization of the ventricle. Depolarization of the ventricle, isn't it? Directly, depolarization of the ventricle, isn't it? P wave, don't you think that it will go for depolarization of atria? Then obviously C wave, because end of C wave marks the end of systole, repolarization of ventricle, and TP gap will then go for heart muscles are electrically silent. So, don't you think the D is going to be the correct answer here? Exactly. So, it is the D which is the correct answer here. Okay. Chaliye, now let's answer this particular question. Right. I'm starting the poll here again. Right. You need less than 20 seconds to answer this. Quick. Which of the following statements are correct? Basophils are the most abundant cells of total WBCs. They secrete histamine, serotonin, heparin. They're involved in inflammatory responses. They have kidney-shaped nucleus, or they are agranulocytes. Yes, everyone. Yeah, this one is the normal pole, Ananya. So see beta, we have the trick here. This is MLA Benji. That's the trick that we have. It's MLA Benji. So basophils are granulocytes. They are not A granulocyte. I will eliminate E here, isn't it? And are they the most abundant cells of the total WBCs? I will eliminate A here again. So we are left with what? We are left with D, right? B and C only. So they, yes, they do secrete histamine, serotonin, heparin. They are involved in inflammatory responses. So D is our correct answer, right? D is our correct answer, right? So let's see one more question from this P wave, right? One more question from this P wave. So here also you have the question from P wave. Here also you have the question from P wave, right? So this percentage thing is again very common. Just say you know that neutrophils, right? Neutrophils are maximum, right? So then monocytes, then lymphocytes, then monocytes, and then eosinophils are there. So this is also an important one, right? So they are saying match list 1 with list 2, but here the options given are incorrect. So now let's move to this particular question. Okay. See this. So now they are asking, you have to arrange them. You have to arrange them as per the, yes beta, as per the decreasing order of their abundance in blood in humans. Yes, as per the decreasing order of their abundance in the humans. Decreasing order is the word here, not increasing order, decreasing order, right? So just check the question. I'll start the poll. Beta, it's a normal poll, it's not the pylons. Go for it quickly. Yes. So what should be the correct answer? So arrange the following formed elements in the decreasing order of their abundance. So now I'm going to start the poll. So here we go. Here we go. Quick. Decreasing order. Decreasing order, guys. So obviously erythrocytes maximum, then platelets will be there. Then neutrophils should be there. Monocytes, eosinophils. So do we have the sequence? Yeah, we do have. So it is going to be B, isn't it? It is going to be B, isn't it? Chaliye, next question. The coagulum is formed of a network of thread called thrombins. No, here it should be fibrins. Spleen is the graveyard of erythrocytes. Yeah, this is true. It is also the reservoir also. Done. Chaliye, next question. Which of the following statement is correct? Quickly answer it. Which of the following statement is correct? I'll start the poll here. First, you all please check this out, right? Check the statements, then I'll start the poll. Which of the following statement is correct here? Quick, everybody. Which of the following statement is correct here? So 110 students have joined the poll. Everybody do join the poll and answer here. So quickly, just let me know here what is happening. Which of the following statement is correct here? Correct statement. So correct is the keyword for us. Correct is the keyword for us. Quick. Correct is the keyword for us. This is again simple. I can see Many students are answering here in the chat as well. So which is correct? Increased ventricular pressure cause closing of SL valve? No, it will result in opening of SL valve. The atrioventricular node generates an action potential to stimulate atrial contraction. No, it should be SA node. The tricuspid and the bicuspid valves open due to the pressure exerted by simultaneous contraction of atria to blood moves freely from atrium to ventricle. Okay. The tricuspid and the bicuspid valves, they open due to the pressure. But they were already open, right? Due to the pressure exerted by simultaneous. So blood moves freely from atrium to the ventricle during joint diastole. So what should be the answer? Yes, everybody, it is D. It is D, right? Because even in joint diastole, okay, even in joint diastole, AV valves, they are open. These bicuspid, tricuspid valves. So they do not open due to the pressure exerted by simultaneous contraction of atria. No, it is not like that, right? When there is a simultaneous, they were already open. They were even open in the joint diastole. They were even open in the joint diastole. And that's true. That's true that blood moves freely, right? That blood moves freely from atrium to ventricle during joint diastole. So D is the correct answer here. Okay, D is the correct answer here. Next, a unique vascular connection between the digestive tract and liver. Right, this is hepatic portal system, bache. Hepatic portal system. Next, which enzyme is responsible for conversion of inactive fibrinogens to fibrin? Go for it. Inactive fibrinogen to fibrin. Yes. See, you can directly eliminate these two options. You're left with thrombokinase and thrombin, and it's simple. It's simple. Quick, everyone. What should be the answer here, guys? Quick. What should be the answer here? Quick. It's going to be, yes, I can see some students are answering here in the chat. So it is D, bache. It is going to be thrombin. It is going to be thrombin. Today I will put it as a short in our short video section. Okay, I'll do it. Chaliye. So person with AB blood group are called as universal recipient. This is due to person with AB blood group are called as universal recipient. It is due to quick. Yes, everyone. So, AB blood group, universal, absence of antigen, AB in plasma, presence of antibodies, absence of antibodies in plasma, absence of antigen. So, you know that AB blood group shows the codominance, RBC surface will have both the antigen. So, in the case of plasma, we write antibody as nil. So, C is going to be the correct answer here, right? What is going to be the correct answer here? It is C, right? Absence of antigen, beta. Absence of antigen on the surface of RBCs. How can you just even mark D? Not done. Chaliye, next question. So see, again, one question will be there from this part. This is again a repeated question. Chaliye, which of the following is associated with decrease in cardiac output? So one question from cardiac output will be there in your syllabus. It will be there in your paper. Chaliye. Yes, everyone. Decrease in cardiac output. So I'm starting the poll. Decrease in cardiac output. Quick, everyone. Yes, you can even answer in the poll or you can even answer in the chat. But what is cardiac output? Cardiac output is equals to heart rate into stroke volume, right? Out of all, cancel this, right? Parasympathetic neural signal is going to be the answer. Why? Because I told you parasympathetic nerve fibers, they are associated with rest and digest. Sympathetic one, they are associated with, fight and flight responses. So this is the one with the help of vagus nerve, it is going to decrease that heartbeat. Ultimately, the cardiac output will decrease, right? Ultimately, the cardiac output will decrease. Is that clear? Chaliye, next question. Next question again from 2020 students. Which of the following conditions cause erythroblastosis fetalis? Which of the following conditions cause erythroblastosis fetalis? Yes, everybody. Which of the following conditions cause erythroblastosis fetalis? Quick, everyone. So which of the following conditions? So erythroblastosis fetalis is an ideal case of Rh incompatibility. So yeah, this is true. Mother with Rh negative means she doesn't have the Rh rhesus antigen and fetus is having that. So both mother and fetus negative, both mother and fetus positive, mother positive, fetus negative, no. So here A is the correct answer, right? Here A is the correct answer. Chaliye, QRS complex, again we have discussed that. Chaliye, now answer this question. Answer this question, bacha. So what would be the heart rate of a person if the cardiac output is 5 liter? If the cardiac output is 5 liter, blood volume in the ventricle at the end of diastole is, right? They are saying blood volume at the end of diastole is 100 and at the end of systole is 50. So they are asking you about the cardiac output. So 1, 2, 3, here we go. See, beta, so let me solve this for you. So cardiac output, I told you already what is it going to be. Cardiac output is heart rate multiplied by stroke volume. Stroke volume means the amount of blood pumped by each ventricle in each beat. Now, how can you check that? You can just subtract end of diastolic volume from end of systolic volume. So 100 minus 50 is going to be 50 here, right? 100 minus 50 is going to be 50 here, right? 50 ml it is. So this is the cardiac output. It is already given 5 liter, means 5000 ml. Heart rate multiply by 50 ml. So now, obviously, when you are going to solve it, it is the simple mathematics. So you are going to see 100 beats per minute. Do we have the option? Yes, we do have the option. So C is going to be our correct answer, beta. No, this is not the pi lens pole, bache. So this is the 100 beats per minute. This is the 100 beats per minute. Once again, repeated question from ECG, right? So question like this, ECG, question on the basis of ECG, they are very frequently repeated. Baki beta, fibrinogen, blood clotting, albumin, osmotic balance, globulin, defense mechanism. So this is it. Very simple question. Now, answer this question on the basis of valves. Quick. Answer this question on the basis of valves. Quick. Answer this question on the basis of valves. Guys, quick. Done? So I'm starting the poll. I hope you all are clear with the options. So I'm starting the poll here. right? So tricuspid, bicuspid, semilunar valves. Tricuspid, bicuspid, semilunar valves. Tricuspid, bicuspid, semilunar valves. Tricuspid, bicuspid, semilunar valves. Quick. So, बच्चे tricuspid, T, right. So, it is in between, right? It is in between right atrium and right ventricle. Bicuspid, which is also known as mitral valve, which is also known as mitral valve. It is between left atrium and left ventricle. Semilunar valve, it is at the base of, your pulmonary artery or the dorsal aorta. So, yes, B will go with 1. C will go with 2, A will go with 3. Done? Okay, let's go. Let's move to the next part. So, adult human RBCs. Yes, adult human RBCs are enucleated, bacha. Which of the following statement are the most appropriate explanation? They do not need to reproduce. They are somatic cells. They do not metabolize. All their internal space is available. They are saying they are without nucleus. See, out of all the options, right? Yes, they always need to metabolize, right? So it's like here, you can see all their internal space is available for oxygen transport. That is the best explanation here. Next question, the hepatic portal vein, it will drain the blood to liver from where? It will drain the blood to liver from where? Yes, from where? From intestine. Isn't it? Chali, next part, name the blood cell whose reduction can cause clotting disorder. So with clotting, thrombocytes, platelets are associated. Serum differs from blood in. Serum differs from blood in. Yes. How the serum and the blood? Yes, bache. What should be the answer here? It's simple. It is simple. It is simple. It is simple, yes. So serum will not have clotting factors. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chaliye, so blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is. Blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is. Chaliye, let's go. Here I will start the poll. Accordingly, you have to answer. Accordingly, you have to answer. Blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is. Yes, everyone. So it's simple. Blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is. It is more than the pulmonary vein. You know that this is an exception. It will carry the deoxygenated blood from your right ventricle to the lungs. And pulmonary vein will carry that oxygenated blood from lungs to the left auricle. So here the blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is more than that in the pulmonary vein. Okay. Chale, next part. In mammals, which blood vessel would normally carry largest amount of urea? It's a good question. Which blood vessel in mammals carry largest amount of urea? Which blood vessel will have largest amount? देखिए बच्चे, it's very simple. Urea, where will urea form? Urea will form in the liver, right? So in the liver, what do we have? In the liver, we have the urea cycle. So hepatic vein, they will carry the deoxygenated blood from the liver. So obviously they will have largest amount of urea. And now kidneys, they remove that. Some amount will be retained there in the kidney, the interstitial fluid to maintain the osmolarity. So renal vein will have the minimum one. So here A is going to be your correct answer. Is that clear? So it's a 2016 MCQ. Now, which of the following has two separate circulatory system? Give it a try. Which of the following has two separate circulatory system? Two separate circulatory system. Which of the following has two separate circulatory system? Quick, everyone. Quick, everyone. Beta, it is simple. It is simple. It is going to be whale. Why? Whale is mammal, an example of mammal. So we have pulmonary as well as systemic circulation. Not in the shark, two-chambered heart, three-chambered heart, right? Three-chambered heart. So here A is going to be the correct answer. Chaliye, next question. So beta, rest everything you can see related to the blood pressure and all. Right. Chaliye, you answer this question, then we will move to the next chapter. You answer this question, then we will move to the next chapter. How do parasympathetic neural signals affect the working of heart? How do parasympathetic neural signals affect the working of heart? देखिए बच्चे, parasympathetic, I told you, associated with rest and digest. So they are going to decrease the heart rate. So if they will reduce heart rate, the cardiac output will also be less. So A is going to be the correct answer. What is the correct answer, bachche? Here, A is going to be the correct answer. Is that clear? So there are so many questions from this circulatory system part. Chaliye, next part, let's solve the questions from the excretory product and its elimination. Chaliye, which of the following factor is responsible for formation of concentrated urine? Quick. Which of the following factor is responsible for formation of concentrated urine? Responsible for formation of concentrated urine. Quick. For concentrating urine, 2019 MCQ, it's a good question. It's a good question. So which of the following factor is responsible for? So beta, here low level of ADH, no, but maintaining hyper means more osmolarity, solute concentration towards the inner medullary interstitium in the kidney. Because see, even in the outer cortex, right, even in the outer cortex or in the filtrate there in the nephron, we start from this 200 or 300 m osmol, and inside. It is going to be 1200 mmol per liter. So yes, it is B that is responsible for that, right? It is B that is responsible for that. Is that clear? Chali, next question, next question, next question, next question. You read it and then I'll start the poll. Use of an artificial kidney during hemodialysis may result in. Use of an artificial kidney, right? Use of an artificial kidney during hemodialysis may result in. Quick. Use of an artificial kidney. Chaliye, I am starting the poll. Beta, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I'm ending the poll here. Just a minute, I'm ending the poll here. Don't consider this poll here for this question because see, they have mentioned, they didn't mention the options in front of it. So that is why I'm not taking this, right? That's why I'm not taking this. So I am moving to next question here. Okay, so here I'm randomly, typing any answer. Randomly I'm marking any answer. That's it. Chaliye, so this is our new poll. This one you people can check. This one you people can check. Match the items given in column 1 with those column 2. Select the correct option here. It's a simple one. So let's go. Done. Let's go. So let's start the poll here. So ultrafiltration, concentration of urine, transport of urine, storage of urine. So ultrafiltration. So where will it occur? Malpighian capsule, है ना? Concentration of urine, Henle's loop, storage of urine, urinary bladder, transport of urine. C will go with 2. So C, A will go with 4, B will go with 1, C will go with 2, D will go with 3. So here it is the B that is going to be the correct answer. Is that clear? Chaliye, let's move to the next question. Glycosuria, gout, renal calculi, glomerulonephritis. Very simple question, not starting the poll. Glycosuria is basically the presence of glucose in urine. Gout is due to the accumulation of uric acid in joints. Renal calculi, these are the kidney stones, bacha, and glomerulonephritis is the inflammation in glomeruli. So for sure, you people are going to get the question from the disorders part. Keep it in your mind. Now, a decrease in blood pressure or volume will not cause the release of a decrease in blood pressure. Decrease in blood pressure will not cause the release of ANF. Right, because it is itself a vasodilator, it decreases the blood pressure. So ANF will not be released then. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chaliye, next question, read it and then I'll start the poll. Which of the following statement is correct? Which of the following statement is correct? Which of the following statement is correct? The descending limb of loop of Henle is impermeable to water. Ascending limb is permeable to water. Descending limb is, right, permeable to electrolytes. No. The ascending limb is impermeable to water. True. So it is going to be D, bache. Chaliye, next. The part of nephron which is involved in active reabsorption of sodium. Simple one. Active reabsorption of sodium. Yes, bache, this is the question. The active reabsorption of sodium. The part of nephron which is involved in active reabsorption of sodium, everybody, quick. So out of all the options given here, it is going to be no beta, no. How come D? How come D? It is PCT, proximal convoluted tubule. So human urine is usually acidic because yes, obviously, bache, it is as simple as that because hydrogen ions, isn't it? Hydrogen ions are actively secreted into the filtrate, right? Hydrogen ions are actively secreted into the filtrate, okay? Chaliye, next question. Which of the following doesn't favor the formation of large concentration, does not favor the formation of large quantities of diluted urine? Yes, everyone. So I'll start the poll here. I will start the poll here. Quick. Obviously, bache, it is the renin, right? It will not favor the formation of dilute urine. So when we have alcohol ya caffeine in our body, you know that blood volume is even going to be more. So they are going to, right? They prevent the ADH release as well. So here it is the renin which will not form the large quantities of diluted urine. Chaliye, next question. Next question, everyone. Removal of PCT from the nephron will result in हाँ जी. See, you know that PCT is the part from where maximum reabsorption will be there. If PCT will be removed, more diluted urine is going to be. Yes or no? Yes or no? What will happen here? Right? Because PCT, it reabsorb beta most of the water, sodium, glucose, amino acid. Most of the water reabsorption is from PCT, right? These sodium, amino acid, glucose, they will be reabsorbed from that. So if PCT is not there, reabsorption will decreases greatly, right? More water will be there in the filtrate itself. More water will be there in the filtrate itself. So obviously that is why we are saying that there will be more diluted urine. Is that clear? There will be more diluted urine. Chaliye. Now this one, again a very simple question. Again a very simple question. Select the option which shows the correct matching of animal with its excretory organ and with its excretory product. Go for it. Quick. Go for it. Yes, everyone, what should be the answer here? What should be the answer here? देखो, labio, nephridial tubes, no. Housefly renal tubules, no. Salamander, kidney, urea, that's true. Peacock kidneys, but urea, no. So B is the correct answer here, right? So examples are important, beta. It is the B that is going to be the correct answer. So we have more and more questions, not just from this part, right? From the rest of the 3 chapters from the human physiology as well. But now just go for the chemistry practice, right? Go for the chemistry practice, then physics practice. I'll share these notes, right? I will share these notes in the WhatsApp group as well as in my own Telegram group, that is Love Biology by Ambika. So you have to solve the questions later. Okay, now just go and have chemistry revision. Okay, chemistry practice, go for it.
Yes, guys. Yes, yes, yes. I hope I'm clearly visible and audible, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Aryan. Good morning, Mr. Shetty. I hope I'm clearly visible and audible, everybody. Ananya, good morning. Yes, Marla Patti. Hello, beta. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Chalo, beta. Yet, let's start, Shweta. Linux user. You guys have very peculiar choice in picking your online name. So, beta, as promised, the job for today is good morning, everybody. The job for today is we will be practicing all the physical chemistry areas, because this week we have dedicated for physical chemistry. Yes, although because we had a good number of sessions, so I have even started with inorganic. Beta, the inorganic theoretical session, the concept discussion session, along with the relevant questions I have taken in my previous live. So kindly go and watch that recording as well. It is obviously available at PW NEET English channel in the live section, because beta, that concept discussion will actually enhance all the students who are not even comfortable with their basics, and after that you will definitely be requiring the practice. So today we'll be practicing the areas of physical chemistry, and in this particular session we'll be discussing those 3 chapters from which we have taken less number of questions, which are electrochemistry, solutions, and chemical kinetics. So what will be the order? First we'll be discussing and practice the questions from solution and colligator properties, then we'll move to electrochemistry, and finally we'll end the session with chemical kinetics. So let's start the process, beta. We are starting with the chapter of solution. This is question number 1. A very all the questions which I have brought, beta, they are obviously PYQs, but highly probable, because with these questions I'll be discussing the concepts as well. So yes, take out your pen and copy, sit back, but do not relax. Sit back and please attempt by yourselves too. So Padma Padman is saying C. Okay, so let's begin the poll. I hope you are reading the question. I will be giving you 45 seconds for each question. So let's start to attempt, beta. You have 5 moles of X, 10 moles of liquid Y. That means these are number of moles in the liquid form, and you are supposed to give the which is true regarding this particular solution. The vapor pressure of the solution is 70 torr. The pure vapor pressure of pure X and pure Y are also given as 63 and 78. So that will be your P naught X and P naught Y. So you have to now judge that what type of solution it is. Obviously, if it is a ideal solution, the total pressure will be as per calculated by Raoult's law, else it will show deviation. How can a solution show positive deviation? Once the total pressure is more than the actual. This is the actual pressure. This is the pressure of solution actual. So calculate using Raoult's law also. That will give you the theoretical value. People are answering C. Beta, please make sure you are doing that calculation correctly. People are answering C, that it is an ideal solution. Please do your calculation correctly. Good morning, everybody. So pressure of solution, as per, this is the observed value. So as per Raoult's law, pressure of solution will be Sir, P naught X into mole fraction of X plus P naught Y into mole fraction of Y. This X with this the Shashi Tharoor English for this X is actually Chi. I call it X, but mole fraction in liquid phase is termed as X. So just if you solve this, P naught X is nothing but 63. So 63 times what is mole fraction? So moles of X is 5. So mole fraction of X will be 5 upon 5 plus 10 is the total moles. That means 15. So this is simply 1 by 3 plus P naught Y is 78. 78 into, it will be 10 by 15. That means 2 by 3. Once you solve this, I guess it is coming out to be 63. Just confirm, guys. Is it coming out to be, okay, not 63. I guess it is coming out to be 73. You just have to do the math, beta. Please make sure you are calculating very properly in your D-Day, because these calculation makes you anxious. How to not become anxious while doing these calculation in your real time examination? By practicing more and more, and that is what we are doing right now. So because the calculated pressure is 73, but the actual pressure, the question is saying it is 70, that means this actual pressure is less. The calculated pressure is more. So actual pressure is less, that means it is showing less pressure as per calculated by Raoult's law, and less pressure means it is having a negative deviation. So your answer for the question will definitely option 2. Let me check how many of you have got it correctly. The very first question, very less percentage, but I hope now most of you are comfortable. This brings us to the next question. A paragraph. So kindly attempt this one, beta. So first attempt was less, but no worries. You have to match list 1 with the type of solution. You have to match list 1 with the type of solution. I hope you read the question, and because it involves no calculation, so I'm giving you 30 seconds for this. Try to solve, beta. Now you are supposed to tell that humidity is what? Sir, humidity is what solute in what solvent? Sir, humidity is because of moisture, that is water. So liquid water as an H2O liquid will be exposed in your atmosphere. That means liquid in air. So liquid in air as in it will be, A will be 2. So A will be 2. That means, beta, please make sure you are eliminating options. So it is either 1 or 2. Then what are alloys? Sir, a solid, a minimum amount of solid in a bigger amount of solid is a solid in solid solution. So this alloy is nothing but a solid in solid solution, because it is saying B is 4, B is 1 is definitely correct. So we do not have to check. That is how the option of elimination is going to help you save your time. But still, because we are practicing, so I'm doing everything. What are these? Amalgam. Whenever the caramel electrode, the melody, these days melody is also going viral as well because of XYZ reason. So melody itni chocolatey kyun hai? Because it has liquid as a solute enclosed by a solid solvent. So this is mercury liquid in a solid solvent. That means amalgam. That means C is definitely 4. Which brings us to smoke. And smoke, we are just left with solid and gas, that we know also. Those dust solid particles in gas is termed as smoke. So these are types of solution. Again, a very famous NCERT logic, which brings us to the next question. Acha, let me see how many of you have given the correct answer. Yes, good. The percentage has increased. It's 87%. Fair enough. Moving to the next question, which of the following aqueous solution will exhibit the highest boiling point? Make sure you are reading the question properly. It is high. It is saying highest boiling point among the options. So I guess you have to do a bit of calculation. So giving you 45 seconds for this one. Kindly attempt, beta. Beta, please make sure that you are being time bound. Please make sure you are doing those calculation properly, not in a haste, but yes, not taking that much of time as well. So let's see how many of you will be giving it correctly. People are answering in the comment section. Fair enough. Yes, people are saying C, C, C. Good, good, good. Chalo. Beta, in your NEET examination also, I hope you start with your biology, because whenever you start with your biology, you get that confidence. And similarly, like today also, we have started with biology, and therefore we have got very active participation, so that is good. And you should repeat this in your D day, in your final day. So moving to the question, sir, delta TB is elevation in boiling point, which is nothing but Van Hoff correction I into Kb, which is a characteristic of a solvent, the ebullioscopic constant, and the concentration. And what concentration term we use? Molality. Now, sir, Kb is constant because it is aqueous, so solvent is water. So what is the point of difference, sir? I into concentration. Sir, but here molarity is given. Beta, colligative properties are only valid for dilute solution, and for dilute solution, molarity is approximately equal to molality. So you need not worry whether molality is given or molarity is given. Point number one. Now, sir, I just need the factor of I into concentration. Why? Because elevation in boiling point is boiling point of solution minus boiling point of pure solvent, and you are focused on boiling point of solution. So whoever will have the highest boiling point will have a highest value of the multiplication. What multiplication? Sir, correction factor into molarity. Obviously, you will be doing it for all. So for urea, I will be 1, concentration is 0.01. For potassium nitrate, it will be providing 2 ions, so I will be 2, concentration is 0.0, concentration is 0.01 again. Then this one, concentration is same, but I will be 3, so this is 3 into 0.01. What about this one? Sir, it is again, it is also an organic compound, so it will not dissociate into 0.015, and obviously this seems to be the magnitude wise the largest value, so obviously C will be your answer. So let me check how many of you have answered C. Percentage is less from the previous question, I guess again beta, because calculations involved, so you may commit an error because previous question was a theoretical question. So beta, please practice as much as you can so that you may actually get released from the fear of doing calculations. Do calculations, then fear will be gone. Moving to the next one. The Henry law constant Kh for the gases in water are given, and you have to predict about the solubility. So again, you do not, I'm giving you hints also. You do not have to do calculations, so giving 30 seconds for this one. You do not have to do calculations, so giving 30 seconds for this one. Kindly try, beta. Good, 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 good. Chalo. People are answering. Gaurav hu yaar. Yes, beta. So Gaurav hu yaar. Perfect. I guess you're right. Anusha, perfect. Archita, kindly check. Beta, see. Beta, we definitely know from Henry law that partial pressure of any gas is equal to Henry law constant for that particular gas into its solubility. What concentration term we use for solubility? So we use mole fraction of that gas in the liquid solution. So because we are comparing between three gases, so obviously we will consider that their partial pressure are same. Then only they will come in a common benchmark. So if their partial pressure are same, now we can compare it, their solubility. So sir, if this is a constant, then this will tell us that Kh will be inversely proportional to mole fraction. So whatever gas will have high value of K will have less solubility. Whatever gas that has high value of Kh will have less solubility. So who has high value of Kh? Sir, highest value of Kh is 145 kilobar. That means, sir, gas A has highest K, so it will be least soluble, as in gas A is least soluble. So if you just check that gas A is least soluble, you get D as your answer, which I feel 66% have thought that too, but I hope now everybody is clear with the concept. Moving to the next one. Now the question says the plot of osmotic pressure for a solution gives a straight line with slope is given. The temperature at which osmotic pressure measurement is done. So you have to comment about the temperature. So now I guess a bit of calculation is required. So giving you 45 seconds to attempt this one. Kindly try, beta. Perfect, Soumya. Perfect, Soumya. Good one. Good one, everyone. I used to put this mic on the pocket of my pant, but I was watching yesterday's live. So in between, I used to dance a lot while teaching. So I used to hear that sound. So that's why I thought of putting it over here. I hope it's cool. It's not disturbing anybody. Chalo. Until and unless you are conceptually sound, beta, everything is going to be awesome for you. Chalo. So I hope most of you have solved this, beta. Yes, you have to be a bit calculative, because osmotic pressure pi, the formula is I into C into RT. Now the question is telling you the plot of osmotic pressure against concentration. So the plot of osmotic pressure is pi against concentration, as in C. Sir, it is a straight line of the form y is equal to mx, because there is no slope, so it is passing through origin. I hope this much mathematics everybody know. And this slope m will be nothing but I into R into T. Okay, sir. The slope is given to you. The slope is 25.73. Make use of the unit, beta. It is saying liter bar per mole. Liter bar per mole. So osmotic pressure of a solution. Now it is giving no information about I. So considering that it is not even getting dissociated or associated. So considering, because no information given, so we consider I as 1. Then we have R into T. R obviously value is also provided to in liter bar. So it will be 0.083 into the temperature is the only thing that is unknown, because R I know, I have assumed as 1. So T will be, now this is approximately 1 by 12. So 12 multiplied by, this is 1 by 12, right? So 25. Yes, 25.73. 25.73. This is 1 by 12, right? So this is 1 by 12. So it will be multiplied by 12 or what? Yes. So whatever answer you will be getting will be in Kelvin. Why? Because temperature is always an absolute value. So it will be coming out in Kelvin, sir. But no option. Beta, answer is in degree Celsius. So whatever answer you will be getting, subtract 273 and then you will be beautifully getting 37 degrees Celsius. But yes, beta, you have to be calculative. You have to be mathematically sound for these type of questions, because most of the students won't be. Those who are practicing every day are only going to get C as their answer. Let us see how many of them are good with calculations. So 63% sound enough, but I wish the percentage could increase. Again, an assertion reason question. So because it is just theory, only concept, no calculations required. So giving you 30 seconds to attempt this one, guys. Try it. Try it. Try this one. मैं तुक्का से, okay, तुक्का मत मारो बेटा, because तुक्का won't help you in the real examination, because it will always have a possibility of you getting wrong 75% of the time. Okay, so you have two statements. Statement 1 says helium is used to dilute oxygen in diving apparatus. Yes, because if you take only air, then nitrogen create that medical conditions, because when pressure increases, solubility of nitrogen gets increased in your blood vessels. When you come out after that deep diving, nitrogen comes out, which creates bends, the medical situation, which is very fatal. So to avoid it, we dilute the air tank with helium. Now this is definitely correct. Helium has high solubility in This is obviously, sir, any gas has a solubility which depends upon the intermolecular forces of attraction. Sir, helium is just monatomic and is obviously non-polar. So why it will have more attraction force? The only reason we call it inert gases, as in it do not interact. So this is definitely incorrect. So answer will be A, because assertion is true but reason is false. That brings D as your right answer. Let me check. I hope most of the students have done 62%. Why, beta? Option B. I hope everybody is clear with the discussion, beta. I hope everybody is clear with the answer now, because most of you have answered it incorrectly. Now I hope you get what was the question. Now next question is, you have one molar solution that contains 0.5 mole of solute. Now you have to comment that which of the following options are correct. Now a bit calculative you have to be, so giving you 45 seconds for this one. Try this one now. I want more participation and more number of students attempting it correctly. I hope. Yeah. Karan Yadav, GSA. Okay, beta. Everybody, keep working with your pen and copy, guys. Please do. Please do work with whatever possible efficiency you have for your own good. Chalo. So we are again flooded with answer. Fair enough. Good participation, guys. Happy, happy, happy. People are saying C, some are saying 1. Please help, beta, with the discussion. We are supposed to have nothing but help for all you people. Chalo, quick. Chalo, I hope most of you have got the answer. Answer for the question is option C. Let me first see so that I may decide that how much I should have. Okay, 80%, fair enough. So just making it quick because most of you answered it. One molar solution, as in molality is 1, but beta concentration term. Now what is 1 molar means, sir? Number of moles of solute. So 1 is equal to number of moles of solute upon weight of solvent in kg. Let me take 1 kg solvent. That means, sir, 1 kg solvent will have how many moles of solute? 1 kg solvent will have number of moles of solute as 1. Now, but it contains 0.5 mole of solute. Sir, if I just do denominator 1 kg, then the number of moles of solute will be 1. That means 1 kg, as in 1000 gram of water, the solvent will have 1 mole of solute. So if you have half mole of solute, that will be present in what amount of solvent, sir? Half, as in 500 gram. So you can obviously, if you are sound enough with your concepts, beta, you have to do no calculation, or else you can apply that formula. But just apply that formula with concept. And how, sir? What you have done? I have killed one variable. What variable? I have killed the denominator. Molality is number of moles of solute upon weight of solvent. You take any amount because concentration remains the same, and because concentration remains the same, therefore you can do that calculation for your solution. So what solution I have picked? I have picked a solution having 1 kg of water. So that 1 kg of water will have 1 mole of solute. I hope everybody is clear with this. Chalo. Moving to the next one. Attempt this one. The question says, the following solutions were prepared by dissolving this much gram of glucose, urea, and 10 gram of sucrose in. Every solution is different. This is having 250 ml of water. Second one is again having 250 ml of water. Okay, so I'm having 250 ml of water and the amount of solutes are given. Now you have to give me the right option for the decreasing order of osmotic pressure of these solutions. So see, 3 different solutions having osmotic pressure value as P1, P2, P3, and you have to compare. So again, because you have to do a bit of calculation, so giving you 45 seconds to attempt this one. Kindly attempt, beta. Quick. People are answering D. Fair enough. Good one. Chalo, perfect. So let's start to attempt together, beta. I hope everybody is doing it. Now, 10 gram of glucose in 250 ml of water corresponds to pressure P1. So pressure P1 as an osmotic pressure pi will be is equal to I, because it's glucose, so I will be 1. Concentration, sir, we have to take for osmotic pressure, we have to take molarity. So this is 10 gram of solute upon, let's say, glucose has molar mass m1. We know it is 180, but I'm just making you not do the calculations, because we do not have to give the value, we just have to give the order. So upon n1 into volume of solution, sir, volume of solution is 250 ml, sir, but solution will have solute also. Beta, colligative properties are valid for dilute solution. So just neglect, because anyway you will be neglecting in all and you are comparing, so it will not make that much of an impact mathematically. So volume of solution is 250 ml, so 250 upon 1000 is 1/4. So 4 will come in the numerator, so it will be 40 upon m1. Now what about pressure P2, sir? Everything else is same, because weight is still the same, so 10, and volume is also 250 ml. In the P3 also weight is 10 gram, volume is 250 ml, so everything else remains the same. It will be just 40 upon m2, and P3 will be 40 upon m3. So now after doing one, you do not have to do calculation for all, so it will give you an idea. What idea, sir? The solution which will have more value of molar mass will have less pressure. I hope everybody is in sync. Now, who among them has highest mass? Sir, glucose is 180 gram per mole. Sir, urea is, I guess, 60 gram per mole, and sucrose is 342. I hope you can do that. This is 340. So who has the minimum mass? Sir, urea. So urea having minimum mass will give highest pressure. So P2 will be highest. So P2 will be highest. Okay, sir. After that you will be having glucose as in P1. So this is gone. So option 4 becomes your right answer. Let me check. Fair enough. Fair enough. More than 90% of the students. So happy for everybody. Keep working, beta. Keep working. You're doing great. So next question is the correct option for the value of vapor pressure of solution at a given temperature. Okay. Benzene to octane in molar ratio 3:1. Then at 45 degrees Celsius, vapor pressure of benzene and vapor pressure of octane is also given. So I hope you read the question. You have to do a very small bit of calculation, therefore giving you 45 seconds to attempt this one. Kindly attempt, beta. Kindly do it. Quick. Perfect, everybody. Perfect. I hope you are doing it. Perfect. B for BMW. Okay. B for BMW. Then what is D for? D for B for BMW is good. What is D for? Chalo. I hope, beta, this is a very doable question. I mean, these all are your NEET PYQs and highly probable questions, beta. Because one question from ideal solution, even in advance, they have asked regarding P0AXA plus P0VXP. So, sir, value of, let's say, benzene is, I represent benzene by B and I represent octane by O. So, pressure of solution ideally will be P0B into mole fraction of benzene plus P0 octane into mole fraction of octane. What is P0B given? Sir, it is given out to be 280. What is its mole fraction, beta? Benzene into octane, moles are 3:2. So mole fraction of benzene will be 3 moles out of the total 5 moles, because it is ratio. So I can take that ratio only. So that means this will be 3/5. If I add this with P0 of octane, which is 420, a very bad number, because no one is 420. No one wants to be 420 actually. And once you solve this, I guess people are replying 336. So Bombay should Bombay will be your answer if you have calculated it correctly. Yes. So let me check if your mathematical skills are sound. Aha, perfect, 100%. Good one, good one. Everybody, good one. Chalo, moving to the next one, guys. Now, a theoretical question, not giving any poll. Why? Because mixture that shows a positive deviation from Raoult's law. Ideal solution should be of same family. Obviously, practically no one is ideal solution, but yes. If you have chlorobenzene, bromobenzene, then whatever compounds which are belonging to same family, homologous, are basically ideal, more or less ideal. Practically, there is no ideal solution. But I hope you have got a decent idea what is an ideal solution. What is negative deviation? Whenever there is strong attraction force like hydrogen bonding happening between two different set of molecules, that gives you a negative deviation. All the other cases are positive deviation. So benzene and toluene, that means it will be ideal solution. So not, because you are supposed to give positive deviation. Acetone and chloroform will have strong hydrogen bonding, so it will be negatively deviated, so not an answer. Chloroethane and bromoethane, sir, they again are belonging to same family, so they will be more or less ideal, so not an answer. And obviously ethanol and acetone has different category, and therefore they will not love each other, they will fall away from each other. So option 4 will give you the right answer. I hope everybody got this one. Moving to the next one, and yes, you have to be again a bit calculative, so giving you 45 seconds for this one. Please read the question and then try to attempt it. I hope everybody got the previous one, beta. Chalo. Moving to the next question. You have to calculate the freezing point depression. That means you have to calculate delta TF. So I guess KF is given. I guess molality is also given, so you just have to do that multiplication. But yes, you have to be a bit calculative, and these calculations while doing in the real examination, beta, is actually the thing which you should practice. That is my intent also for the class. So depression in freezing point will be nothing but Kf into molality into Van 't Hoff factor I. But the question is telling you that it is benzene and it is a non-electrolyte. So sir, if it is a non-electrolyte, then the correction factor will be not applicable. So it will be 1. Value of Kf, that is for the solvent, the cryoscopic constant is 5.12 Kelvin kg per mole. So the unit is also traditional, and molality is given out to be 0.078. Now this is the most important thing, that you have to be calculative very religiously, and once you do that, I guess you will be getting 0.04. Now you do not have to convert, because change in degree Celsius and Kelvin is the same. So because you are not going to tell the freezing point of solution, because that over there you have to check whether it is degree Celsius or Kelvin. Change in degree Celsius or in Kelvin always remains same. So obviously B will be your right answer. Yes, percentage is also sound enough, 85%. So I'm very happy with the participation, beta. Very happy. So I hope everybody get that. Moving to the next one, beta. Chalo. Good one. Now, the question says 8 gram of a non-electrolyte, it is a solute, it is dissolved in 114 gram of octane. So that means this will be a solvent. For a case of simplicity, I represent solvent as 1 and I represent solute as 2. So this is weight of solute and this is weight of solvent. To reduce its vapor pressure, 2, beta, make sure you are reading the preposition. It is saying the vapor pressure to 80%. Then you have to give the molar mass of solute, as in molar mass of solute you have to determine. Molar mass of solvent is given to you. So you just have to do calculation, because I have circled all the data. So just into divide is left. So giving you 30 seconds to attempt this one. I hope you can do it. Quick. D for acha. Now Gaurav is there. Dodge Challenger. Beta, Dodge Challenger is a car or what? Huh? Chalo, okay, maybe. Now, actually, beta, beta, now I will be giving you the conceptual detail also. You know what happens mathematically? If you know that RLVP is P naught minus PS upon P naught, it is equal to mole fraction of solute. That means it is equal to number of moles of solute upon number of moles of solute plus number of moles of solvent. And if we do this, then beta, obviously this denominator thing will increase the level of calculations. So mathematically what you can do is, although this is RLVP, but if you just take P naught minus PS upon PS, it will be exactly equal to N2 upon N1. That will help you to manage calculations a bit faster. Yes, but again at the same point of time I'm telling you that for dilute solution colligative properties are valid, and because it is a colligative property RLVP, so for dilute solution you can also assume what, that number of moles of solute is very less than number of moles of solvent. So you can either say RLVP, which is nothing but P naught minus PS upon P naught, here I'm taking naught only, it is exactly equal to N2 upon N1. But because it is a dilute solution, so I can approx this N2 upon N1 as N1, because N2 is nothing mathematically in comparison to N1. So it can be approximated. I'm not saying it is exactly equal to, but yes, mathematically it can also be approximated as P2 as N2 upon N1, as N2 upon N1, because in the denominator I have approximated it to N1. Both are correct, but beta, sometimes when the options are far enough, here options are far enough, sometimes even NEET will give you options that are close enough. So if they are close enough, you have to apply this formula, because once option are close, you are not you cannot afford to do approximation. But yes, if they are far enough, you can obviously do the approximation, you can apply it. So let us apply it. P naught minus PS, it is reducing to 80%. So if it was 100, it is now 80. So 100 minus 80 is 20 upon 100 is equal to, approximate equal to N2. What is N2? So number of weight of solute is 8 gram. Upon molar mass of solute we have to calculate upon N1. So weight of solvent is given out to be 114. Its molar mass is also 114. So number of moles of solvent is just 1. That means this is 1, this is 4. So M2 is simply 40 gram. So you can do that approximation because the options are very far enough. If the options are very close, I hope you know what to do. You have to do the exact calculation. I hope everybody is with me on this. Chalo. So let me check how many has given. I guess the now 83%. Fair enough, beta. Fair enough. I hope everybody got it. Chalo. Good. Parimala, good beta. Everybody, great. Chalo. Perfect. Now, next question says isotonic solutions have. Sir, what are isotonic solution? If they have same value of osmotic pressure. So again, a theoretical question, a question which will obviously make you feel proud that you have invested your time in your NCERT and your preparation. So osmotic pressure, isotonic solution means they have same osmotic pressure. If a solution has more osmotic pressure than the other one, then the solution having more osmotic pressure is called hypertonic, and the solution which is having less osmotic pressure is called hypotonic. The basic and classic example as per NCERT for an isotonic solution is what? Sir, NaC, saline water having weight by volume percentage of 0.9% is isotonic with your red blood cells. I hope that logic of NCERT you still remember. So that's an example of an isotonic solution where you can preserve that red blood cell. Now again, a question which is asking you regarding thermodynamics. So conceptually a very sound question. So although if you learn it, it's a different ball game, but conceptually a very sound question. So try and attempt this one, beta. I beg your pardon, see Zuka. I cannot do so. I cannot speak in Hindi, although I am very much prominent in Hindi, Punjabi, but because this is PW NEET English channel, we have to be compassionate enough because many of the students are not comfortable with Hindi. So that's why a separate funnel of English is created and we are serving for that. So I beg your pardon, my dear, but I hope you can enjoy because academically speaking Hindi or English don't make sense, don't make a difference for the content delivered. Chalo. So for an ideal solution, what is the correct option? Delta S mixing, delta V mixing, delta G mixing, and delta H mixing. Obviously, we guess you will be remembering this also. Answer is definitely 3, but why I am saying it is conceptually sound question, let me give you. Acha, still I have good percentage, so let me give you an idea also beta. Thermodynamically, what it is, once you add two solutions, obviously speaking, ideally, initial volume and final volume will remain the same, so delta V mixing has to be 0. There should be no interaction, so there should be no enthalpy change, so enthalpy change is also 0. Sir, but what about delta G, the Gibbs free energy change and entropy? Beta, if you are mixing two things, then individually A was happy, individually B was happy, but if you have mixed, then the randomness, because there are more people, so they will be creating more randomness. So the entropy change on mixing two solutions always increases. It is always true either for ideal solution or rather for non-ideal solutions, because once you're mixing, entropy is bound to increase. Point number 1. And point number 2 is, because mixing, you will not be have to work anything, they will mix by themselves. So any process which is happening by itself, that means delta G during mixing is spontaneous, that means this will always remain negative, no matter even if it is an ideal solution or a non-ideal solution. So although this was not asked, but theoretically and conceptually a very sound knowledge. I hope everybody is with me on this, and obviously this gives C as our answer. Moving to the next question, the mixture that forms maximum boiling azeotrope. Now azeotropic mixture are those which boil at a constant boiling point, and that boiling point is different from the boiling point of individual components. They are only valid for non-ideal solution that show either large positive or large negative deviation from Raoult's law. So if my constant boiling point is less, I will be termed as a minimum boiling azeotrope, because now as a mixture I am boiling at a boiling point which is even lesser than the boiling point of my individual components. Okay. Why I am requiring less temperature to boil, as in why I am having minimum boiling point than my individual components? Because I will not be loving the other component which has been added with me. That means I will be having large positive deviation from Raoult's law. So just a trick to remember, minimum boiling azeotrope will be having opposite, so maximum positive deviation from Raoult's law, and maximum boiling azeotrope will have opposite, as in they will have large negative deviation from Raoult's law. So who is showing large negative deviation? Sir, water and mineral acids are in love with each other. That's why the acid gets completely ionized in water, because it is in love with the polarity of water. So this will definitely show a negative deviation from Raoult's law, and therefore your answer. If you just check, water and ethanol gives positive deviation, so no. Acetone and carbon disulfide, it is non-polar, it is quite polar, so they will also run away from each other, of opposite nature, and they are practically ideal solutions, so because belonging to same family. I hope everybody is clear. That gives A as your answer. So people are saying A for Ananya. Okay, acha, Ananya is saying A for Ananya. Chalo, perfect guys, perfect. Moving to the next one now, because again conceptual question but no calculation required, so giving you 30 seconds for this one. Please do attempt beta. I hope you can crack this one quick. Ha, A for Arora. Acha, Aura. Okay, but A for Arora also. Chalo, I hope people are getting it. Yeah. So A for Arpit and all. Okay. So it is definitely unchanged beta. If you have just heard what I said, then most of you must have answered it. Good, 100%, because obviously you know, if the molality is doubled, that means you are doubling the concentration, the value of molar depression constant. Sir, molar depression constant as in Kf and Kb are characteristic of solvent. You do hell with your solute, it will not have any impact because Kf is a characteristic of solvent. The very famous formula for Kf and Kb, for Kf it is remote, RMT. How to remember it? Remote, RMT square. What is M? Molar mass of solvent. What is T? Because it is F, so this is freezing point of solvent, but RMT squared upon 1000 into the enthalpy change, because during freezing the fusion takes place, so this is enthalpy of fusion. Obviously if you are putting this in joule, so that will also come out in joule, although such thing the value is not asked out of you, because you can see it has nothing to do with the concentration of solutes. Obviously it will remain unchanged, which most of you have answered correctly also. Which of the following is dependent on temperature? So all the concentration term which has volume factor is changing with temperature, and all the concentration term which has no volume factor in it is independent of temperature change. So who has, sir, weight percentage is weight of solute upon weight of solution, so no volume component, so not depending upon temperature. Some molality has weight of solvent, so again no effect. Molarity has volume of solution, therefore definitely it will be your answer. And mole fraction is again weight upon molar weight, so it is also not included. A very sound conceptual knowledge. Moving to the next one. Which of the following is incorrect for ideal solution? Because we have already discussed it. So which of the following is incorrect? Sir, delta V mixing is obviously 0. Delta H mixing is obviously 0. No, sir. If you mix it, delta, it is always spontaneous. So delta G will be negative. But it is saying 0, that means this is definitely incorrect. And for an ideal solution, because no interaction is taking place, so obviously RLVP will also be 0. So a good question, conceptually sound question, but we have already discussed it previously. Moving to the next one. Now you have to calculate Van 't Hoff factor I for a dilute solution having barium hydroxide. So barium hydroxide is BaOH whole twice, so it will dissociate as barium ion and twice of hydroxide ion. Assuming alpha to be 1, what is the exact formula for dissociation calculation using Van 't Hoff correction? Sir, it is 1 plus n minus 1 times of alpha. If you have a strong electrolyte, then alpha is 1, then in that case I will definitely be n. So how many ions I am having? 3. So I will definitely be 3. That means Bombay. Yeah, perfect everybody, perfect. Moving to the next one. Yeah, so again you have to be a bit calculative, so giving you time to attempt this one. Quick beta, quick. B for brilliant. Yes, brilliant. I guess here you have to solve two colligative properties. The relative lowering is also mentioned, and elevation and boiling point is also mentioned. So you have to be a bit calculative to solve this one, guys, which I hope you are obviously doing. Chalo. I hope everybody is doing it perfectly. B, people are answering B. Chalo, let's see beta. At 100 degrees Celsius, the vapor pressure of a solution of 6.5 gram of solute, that means this is weight of solute, in 100 gram of water, as in this is weight of solvent, and vapor pressure of solution is given, that means this is PS. Now you have to judge, the Kb is also given, and now you have to give the boiling point of the solution. So for calculating boiling point of solution, I need elevation and boiling point. Because nothing is mentioned, so I'll not assume I. So this will be Kb, value of Kb is 0.52 into molality. Molality is weight of solute, which is 6.5 gram, upon molar mass of solute, sir, that I do not know. into weight of solvent, that is 100 gram because it is in grams, so I'll have 1000 in the numerator. Now this is my equation 1, and the only variable I have over here is M2. The moment I have N2, M2, I will be calculating elevation in boiling point, and elevation in boiling point will be boiling point of solution minus boiling point of solvent, which is water. So boiling point of solvent, because answer is in degrees Celsius, so let me directly calculate in degrees Celsius, because change is same for degree Celsius also, Kelvin also. So why bother? Just write 100 over here. So whatever you will be getting over here, just add 100 and you will be getting your answer. So we are only focused in this. Let us calculate this and add 100 in the value. Sir, but for this I need molar mass of solute. So how will I calculate molar mass of solute? No worries. Why? Because for that you will be needing the value of this lowering. So lowering is P naught minus PS, mathematically speaking, because options are close enough. Why? Sir, because it will be a very small value. Therefore, do not do any approximation and rather use PS. I told you this already, because this will be exactly equal to moles of solute upon moles of solvent. Moles of solute will be 6.5 upon this guy, M2. This I want. Upon moles of solvent will be 100 upon 18. Now I hope this much calculation you have to do. Once you solve M2, put that M2 over here, and I guess this will approximately come out to be 1. So 100 plus 1 will give you 101 degrees Celsius as your answer. Yes, perfect. So chalo, I hope any doubt people are answering B also. So let me just check how many of you have done. Chalo, 92%. Beta, fair enough. Great, guys. Great. You are doing super strong. Moving to the next one. Again, a theoretical question, but you have to read the statements also. So such questions, beta, are very, very crucial for your examination, because the hype of your paper, and the anxiety of your paper do not allow you to read questions properly. So kindly do that properly, and then we'll definitely be coming up with the discussion. But give yourself a chance to read it properly. Give yourself a chance to at least read it properly. Because you do not have to do any calculation, but you have to do the reading very properly. 3, okay. Okay, Gaurav is saying 3. Okay, people are answering C. People are answering C. Good. Chalo. C for you have good vocabulary, or I have little general knowledge these days. Yes, obviously the social media general knowledge I have very less. So Gaurav is giving different C words. Carlos. Chalo, whatever. Now, the question says, which of the following statement about the composition of vapor over an ideal 1:1 molar mixture? Now, what does 1:1 molar mixture mean? That in liquid state, you have 1:1. So, mole fraction is equal. The moles are equal for benzene and toluene in the liquid. So which of the following is correct? And the data given is at 25 degrees Celsius. That means at the temperature where the solution is taken, benzene has a vapor pressure this much independently, as in this is P naught of benzene and this is P naught of toluene. Obviously, because toluene has more mass, both have almost same intermolecular forces of attraction, because both are aromatic compounds, hydrocarbons. So sir, that means at the same temperature, benzene is creating more pressure. Because it is creating more pressure, that means its intermolecular attraction is less. That means more of benzene will be going in the vapor phase at the same temperature. Why? Because sir, benzene independently at 25 degrees Celsius is giving more pressure. That means the intermolecular attraction is less. So in vapor phase also, what component you will be getting which is having more volatility. So benzene being more volatile, will be having more percentage. So the vapor will contain equal, no. Not enough, no. Enough information is mentioned. The vapor will contain a higher percentage of benzene, yes sir. And what about the mathematical value to calculate this vapor pressure? Vapor mole fraction of benzene in the vapor phase, which is Y, is equal to, because as per Dalton's law, total pressure into this, total pressure is pressure of solution. So if you divide that total pressure, which is pressure of solution, with what? With the fraction of pressure of benzene, which is P naught B into XB. So this is how you relate vapor pressure of any component with its mole fraction of any component in vapor phase with its mole fraction in liquid phase. But yes, you do not have to do that mathematical calculation over here. But yes, a very probable logic for your NEET examination. And I hope with this we have discussed all the relevant concept of colligative properties, and this is what you are going to get in your chapter of solution. So do not do anything, just practice these questions conceptually and you will be done with at least one or maybe two questions from the chapter of solution and colligative properties. So I hope we are done with the chapter of solution. Let us begin. Percentage is also sound enough, so yes. Now the next start is the next chapter of electrochemistry. Sir, electrochemistry also minimum one, around on an average 2 or maybe 3 questions you are thrown from the area of electrochemistry in your NEET examination. So let us practice for that. The first question for electrochemistry, the question says if the molar conductivity lambda m of this much concentration solution, so this is concentration or molarity of a monobasic acid. So monobasic acid means an acid which has ability to give only one H plus, and value of lambda m is given out to be 90. Kindly note that you are checking the unit also, because unit is in Siemens centimeter square. So what formula of lambda m I know, sir? For lambda m I know conductivity into 1000 upon molarity. So this shall rather give me the value of K. Now let us read the question. Its extent of dissociation will be, so you have to give about the, you have to talk about alpha. Sir, if I have to talk about alpha, then why I have to calculate K? So don't calculate K, but still I am telling you, because unit is a centimeter. So even if you are supposed to calculate kappa, have this multiplier 1000 over here. But still here we are not supposed to give any detail about kappa, because they are just asking about the degree of dissociation, which we very well know through Kohlraasch law application, that this is molar conductivity at any concentration upon molar conductivity in the limiting time. What is the limiting time? When dilution is infinite or concentration is 0. So this is also known as limiting molar conductivity, or molar conductivity at infinite dilution, or molar conductivity at 0 concentration. I guess this value of lambda m is supplied to you, which is what, sir? It is 90. Now what about, sir, limiting value? Again, for limiting value, you have to apply Kohlraasch law. What is that Kohlraasch law? Kohlraasch law says that even if you are a weak electrolyte or strong electrolyte, I have no problem with this, because you are a electrolyte. So I will just calculate your limiting value. So limiting value of molar conductivity, either you can write naught or infinity of this weak acid HA, will be equal to limiting molar conductivity of its constituent ions, which is H plus, and the conjugate base, whatever minus it will be. For the cation and for the anion, value of limiting molar conductivity are given as 349.6 plus 50.4. So this will give you the value of lambda m. You just put the value of lambda m. Let me help you with the calculation. If somebody is doing, so I'm happy. If not, then please beta do it. Do the calculations. I'm not giving you time for this one, because we have already discussed this. So let me just give you the values. In the comment section, if somebody has solved, you can give me the values, beta. Yes. So I guess it will be, yes, I guess the value, if you solve the value of alpha, is coming out to be 22.5%. So 3 is your answer. because this is somewhere around 400 rupees, exactly 400 rupees. So this is, if this is exactly 400, then calculation is also, but yes, again 9 by 40 you have to do, because you have options, so it will be definitely helping you. Perfect, 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 guys. But beta, please make sure you are practicing these calculations very properly, because doing the why you are going in the examination, sir, for doing calculations only, because whoever percentages of student will be knowing the formula, maximum of the students know the formula. What they do not know, into divide. So please go to your examination for doing this into divide, but yes, you have to be highly selective. Attempt those doable questions first and then definitely come to these questions, because yes, you have to be attentive. You have to give 100. Some of the students do what? Sir, I need more concentration. So they do these calculation questions first. Completely wrong. Do the doable question. Doable questions as in, you are not going to give your JEE advanced paper that every question will be thrown at you with a great velocity. No, you are playing a T20 match. So first pick the ballers which are giving you loose balls and try to hit sixes, as in score that question with less amount of time, and then be selective about these questions where you have to do a bit of calculations. I hope everybody is good. Moving to the next one. So smart work is obviously required. Again, you have to be a bit calculative, beta. So giving you 45 seconds for this one. I guess it is an application of Faraday's law. So make sure you're reading the question properly. Faraday's first law of electrolysis says that weight deposited at any electrode is equal to ZIT. W is equal to ZIT. Yeah, T20. Yeah, IPL. Yeah, beta, NEET, RE-NEET. So now cricket follow. Beta, follow your dream, follow your passion, follow that white coat, follow the discipline, follow the composure that you will be having once you become that white coat bearer. So that should excite you. Chalo, come on. I hope everybody is getting and solving to get the answer. D. Yes. I guess poll has also ended. So let me just check what is the percentage so that I shall decide the delivery accordingly. 70%. Okay, fair enough. But let me help you with the calculations. I mean with the concept actually. Mass in gram of copper deposited. How this copper gets deposited? Sir, copper sulfate will give copper plus 2 aqueous ions. They will go towards cathode and will try to gain electron, because the reduction takes place at cathode and it will be forming copper solid, so copper will be deposited. Perfect, sir. So if copper is getting reduced and deposited, then what shall be the weight deposited? Weight deposited is equal to ZIT. Z is electrochemical equivalent of the cell, which is nothing but E by F. What is E by F? Sir, E by F is equivalent weight. What is equivalent weight? Molecular weight upon valency factor times IT. So instead of E, I'm writing molar mass. So is molar mass of copper given to us? Yes, it is 63. Sometimes it is given because it is the average mass is taken. Sometimes it is 63.5. So make sure you are taking what the value is given. So 63 being the molar mass, valency factor, because 2 electrons are involved. So it is 2. Value of Faraday number, you are asked to give the exact value, to take the exact value. So kindly take it into what is the current that you are using. Sir, I'm using 9.6487. See, something is getting cancelled. And what about time? The SI unit of time is seconds. So for how long you are passing this current? I'm passing this current for 100 seconds. And obviously this will be helping with the calculation, because this decimal will be coming here, this 100 is gone, and you will get more 100. That means these are cancelled. So this is 63 upon 200. 63 upon 200 is obviously a value less than 1, but yes, not very less than 1. So you can do a bit calculation for this, and with that you have got your answer. Chalo, moving to the next one, beta. Again, a conceptually sound question. So make sure you are attempting it. Giving you 30 seconds for this one as well. Quick, shoot. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Good participation, everybody. Great participation. Chalo. Good, good, good. Chalo. Let us attempt this one, beta. Now, question is saying you have to match obviously column one. First one is 1 mole of H2O2 to oxygen. So 1 mole of H2O2 is turning to oxygen. So let us find the valency factor, because you have to give the number of Faradays required. What is 1 Faraday? Sir, 1 Faraday is charge on 1 mole electron. This is charge on 1 mole of electrons. 1 mole electron has a charge of 1.6 into 10 raised to the power minus 19 coulomb, and number of electrons present in a mole is 6.022 into 10 raised to the power 23. So I hope I'm intentionally giving you all theory also, which I feel most of you are getting it. Now, oxygen from -2 oxidation state is going to 0 oxidation state. So if it is going from -2 to 0, that means electron transacted is 2 for 1 mole, because 1 mole of water has 1 oxygen atom. So how many 1 mole will require how many electrons? 1 molecule will require how many electrons? 2. So 1 mole will require 2 mole electrons. So 2 mole electron will have what charge? So 2 Faraday. That means A is definitely 2. That means A is definitely 2. So we are left with 2 options. Now just calculate for B and you are done. So MnO4 minus, here manganese in +7 state, the famous permanganate, and +2. So valency factor will be 5. So how much charge transfers are 5 Faraday. So this is definitely 4. So definitely 4. Okay. B is 4, so this is gone. So option 4 gives you the right answer. But still we are learning, so let us do it. Calcium from 0 state, it is going to +2 state. So for calcium from 0 to +2, charge transfer will be 2 Faraday. But I do not have 1 mole. I have 1.5 mole of calcium. So 2 into 1.5 gives you 3 Faraday. So this is 1. This is 1. And 1 mole of ferrous oxide, as in Fe+2 is getting to Fe+3. So this is just 1 Faraday. That means D is just 1 Faraday, as in D is 3. So I hope everybody is making sense with the logic of Faraday's law as well. I hope everybody is good with this. Chalo. Good, good, good. Let me check the participation. Perfect, beta. Still 20% have not got it, but I hope with the explanation now everybody know how to solve it. Moving to the next one. Assertion is telling you that delta G is minus NFE cell and delta G depends on N. Yes, delta G is like useful work. Sir, work is always an extensive quantity. If you work for 100 people, you will be requiring 100 times of work. If you work for one person, only that person will be telling you what to do and what not to do. So Gibbs free energy change is an extensive quantity which depends upon the amount. So yes, it depends upon the number of electrons transferred as well. So this is definitely correct. Now E cell is an intensive property. Yes, because ratio of two extensive property is always intensive. E cell is work upon charge. Sir, work is also extensive, charge transfer is also extensive. So extensive upon extensive becomes intensive. So E naught cell is intensive, and definitely both are correct. And yes, why because it is depending, that means it is an extensive quantity. So definitely both are correct, and correct explanation also. So 2 will be your right answer. I hope everybody is good with this. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Moving to the next one, beta. Chalo. Now, again a question where you have to be a small bit of calculations you have to do. So kindly attempt this one. Time has already started. Time is clicking. So you shall work 2. चलो, value of cell constant. What is cell constant? परिमाला is saying 3 okay बेटा सर ये क्वेश्चन पक्का आएगा okay बेटा good for us, good for everybody, good everybody. चलो चलो perfect. D Shin Chan is saying D. चलो बेटा, I hope Shin Chan you are right. So because Shin Chan is saying D, so let us say D. 25%. Let me give you this question beta, very less percentage. Answer is D, but most of you have not got it, so let us attempt. The conductivity of a centimolar solution. Centimolar means decicenti, 1 by 100 is the molarity. What is the rhyme for these multiplier? With your fingers, do this. Deci, centi, milli, micro, nano, pico, femto, etto. What are the fingers? -1, -2, -3, then 3 table, -6, -9, -12, -15, -18. So I always make my students learn this rhyme. हाँ बेटा, I'm explaining. I always make my students learn this rhyme of the concentration terms. Although for this question, this is not even required, but still telling you everything. So the conductivity of this much concentration KCl is given. That means this is value of Siemens per centimeter. So conductivity as in value of K is supplied to you now, and the resistance of cell is given as 60 ohm. So what is cell constant? Beta, from your physics also you know resistance is equal to rho into L by A, and this constant is known as cell constant, which we represent as G asterisk for our chemistry, because for us, whenever you have a electrolytic solution, you always keep that electrolytic solution in a conductivity cell, where L represents the length of this conductivity cell and A represents the cross sectional. This cross sectional area is represented by A. So ratio of L by A is constant because what we do, we pour different type of solutions inside it and check its conductance and conductivity. So G asterisk we know. Now what is sir, why we take these electrolytic solutions? Because they are conductors. So instead of R, if you just take the ratio, so 1 upon R will become 1 upon rho, and because I'm representing as G asterisk, so it will be 1 upon G asterisk. 1 upon R is nothing but conductance. G asterisk is the cell constant, and it is equal to 1 upon rho, which is nothing but conductivity, because for our electrolytic solutions we are interested in their conductivities. So please learn this formula, direct conclusion. It will help you to solve so many questions quickly. So K equals G into G asterisk, and here you are supposed to give the value of G asterisk. So this cell constant G asterisk will be the value of K, which is most of the time given in the question. Like here it is given out as 0.021 upon the value of G, which is 1 upon 60, because resistance is 60 and G is 1 upon resistance. So this is simply 60 into 0.021, which is obviously 1 point something. So option D is your right answer, because I mean this decimal is gone. So this is 6 into 0.2. So 6 into 0.2 is something around 1.2. So obviously a very probable and easy calculations also, but yes, you have to be a bit calculative. Along with that, these conclusions like K is equal to G into G asterisk, such formulas you can remember and take these bullets with you, so that once question is there, just fire that bullet, you will be getting an answer with less amount of time also. So moving to the next one. Perfect. Chalo, perfect. No worries. Chalo, moving to the next one. Next question beta, you have to read it properly because statements are there. So giving you 45 seconds to attempt this one. Kindly attempt and try, guys. Good one. Keep on attempting, keep on attempting, people. People are saying B for Bugatti. Chalo, let's check. Let's check. Now, the question says B. Okay, let's check beta. Let me first see how many of you have attempted it, because this is clear cut application of electrochemical series, electrode potential. So answer is definitely Bombay, 100%. So fair enough beta, but still let me give you a quick explanation for this, because conceptually a very sound question, and conceptually and technically a very probable question for your examination. Chalo. Now the question says you are given with electrode potential for this here, although reaction is this, but electrode potential is given from manganese +2 to permanganate ion. So this is oxidation potential. So what shall be its reduction potential? So reduction potential will be manganate ion turning to Mn+2. So because oxidation is minus, so it will be plus 1.51 volt. Now I want this permanganate ion to liberate oxygen from water. So I want MnO4 minus. I wish to have MnO4 minus reacting with water. Obviously it will itself get reduced and will oxidize water, because here oxygen is in -2 state, here it is in 0 state. So this is nothing but oxidation. So I need permanganate to act as cathode, because it has to reduce and force water to undergo oxidation. So what shall be the E0 cell for this reaction? So it should be E0 of cathode minus E0 of anode. Who is cathode? So cathode is that species, that half where reduction is taking place. So this is reduction and this will become your cathode. So what is the reduction potential? Because if I say E0, I always mean the reduction potential. So the value is given out to be 1.51 volt minus E0 anode. Who is anode? Sir, water must act as anode, but I need its reduction potential, because in the formula we always place the reduction potential, because obviously the cathodic compartment is at higher potential, because in an electrochemical cell it gives current. The terminal from which current is coming out is supposed to be the higher potential terminal, and that's why as per IUPAC we only consider electrode potential as the reduction potential. Now, so do we have reduction potential for water? Yes, we have reduction potential of water. What the value is, sir? It is given reduction potential only. So this is 1.23. So this is 1.223. So just solve this, and obviously with you do not even have to solve, because it is saying two options are saying no and two options are saying yes, and we can see 1.5 is obviously greater than 1.2. So obviously it will have a positive value of E0 cell. That means this cell will definitely function. This will definitely be spontaneous. And because it is spontaneous, so what shall be the value? Yes, it will definitely be less than 1. So Bombay is your answer. You do not even have to calculate it perfectly. I hope everybody is clear, but yes, a very good question, a very conceptually sound question, a very probable question for your NEET examination. Moving to the next one. Now, a clear-cut application of Nernst equation. So apply that formula. I hope you remember it. If you do not, then obviously I'll be helping you. But I want to see that percentage, that how many of you are attempting it perfectly. Chalo. Quick beta. Again, be very quick. I mean, to your maximum efficiency. Try to get the answer, but in haste, try not to get a wrong one. Chalo, I hope everybody is solving. Four. Okay, Gaurav is saying 4. Perfect. Chalo. Let's solve beta. I hope I have given you sufficient time, because I wanted you to revise by yourself. And obviously, I wanted to see the percentage also, so that accordingly I should decide the explanation. So chalo beta, because 60%, so let me explain. Now the question says, you have to find the EMF of the cell. So cell reaction is given. Who is acting as anode? So nickel is getting oxidized, so this is anode. So silver is getting reduced, so this is cathode. What should be sir, E naught cell is given, and what we are supposed to calculate? We are supposed to calculate E cell. So as per Nernst equation, E cell is nothing but E naught cell minus the factor of 0.059 is also 0.059 is also mentioned upon number of electron transferred, which is obviously 0 to plus 2, so it will be 2 into log of the reaction quotient, which is what? So concentration of product upon concentration of reactant raised to the power stoichiometry. Pure solid and pure liquid do not impact the state of equilibrium, so their concentration is not regarded in the calculation of equilibrium constant or reaction quotient, both. So at time t, what concentration of nickel plus 2 I am having? So concentration of this nickel plus 2 ion raised to the power 1 upon concentration of silver ions, but stoichiometrically these silver ions are doubled, so I have to square these concentrations. Let me calculate this ratio separately for you. So this will be 10 raised to the power minus 3 upon, this is also 10 raised to the power minus 3, but because it is squared, so it will become minus 6. So that means this is 10 raised to the power plus 3. So this is log of 10 raised to the power 3, as in 3 log 10. Log 10 is 1. So I will just get a 3 for this value of log. So E naught cell is given out to be 1.05 minus, because options are far apart, so you can approximate also. So approximating it as 6, so it will be 0.03 into 3, that means 0.09. So 1.05 minus 0.09, that means just if it will be 15 minus 9 is 6. This is 9 and this is obviously 0. So any option close to this is my answer. And with that, I'm having D as my answer because less percentage of you have done it. Now, I hope everybody is clear with this, guys. Moving to the next one. Again, an application of Kohlraasch law, an application of knowledge of conductivity. So please attempt this one. Beta, all these questions which I have selected, they are the concepts also, and definitely if you practice them, they will be helping you to master the fear of the anxiety of the paper also. So please make sure you are sitting with your pen and copy and attempting each and every question with me. When I say attempting, I mean completely do the calculations at your end. It will give you confidence. I do not know how much. Chalo, perfect. People are answering. One of those two. Gaurav has answered. Good, Gaurav. Parimala also. Good, beta. Good. Let me check how many of you have attempted it correctly. People are saying A. 100%. Perfect, beta. Beautiful application of Kohlraasch law. Sir, the limiting molar conductivity of any electrolyte, even weak or strong, is equal to sum of limiting molar conductivity of the constituent ions. Just by applying that, you can calculate limiting molar conductivity of any electrolyte, because for strong, you can obviously calculate using the straight line plot, the experimental graph. But for weak electrolyte, because it tends to infinity, you have to apply this Kohlraasch law application. So the limiting molar conductivity of NaCl, HCl and this sodium acetate is given, and you have to calculate the limiting molar conductivity of this weak electrolyte, which is acetic acid. So for acetic acid, I know it will be dissociating and giving very small amount of acetate ion, and H plus ions. So I need to calculate limiting molar conductivity of these ions. These ions will be given by whom? Sir, it will be given by this third and it will be given by this second. But I do not want Cl minus and Na plus ions, so I'll subtract 1. So limiting molar conductivity of this acetic acid will be nothing but add the limiting molar conductivity of second and third, but subtract with first. So it will be simply second is 426.16 plus 91 minus 126.45, and this is just a simple calculation now which most of you have done and got first as your answer. Beta, I'll be just finishing in another hour and then physics will be done. So Subrat sir will be taking his part after, I guess I'll be just finishing in another 40, not 30, but yes, 40, 50 minutes, maybe max an hour, and then you'll go for physics. I guess that physics session will also take around 2 or 2.5 hours. So accordingly, you can decide the duration. It is 1, so it will go around 3 beta, 3:30. I'll be covering before 2, around 2. Chalo. Moving to the next one, beta. The molar conductivity of acetic acid is given. What is the dissociation constant? So again, you have to do alpha will be equal to molar conductivity at concentration C upon molar conductivity at the limiting value. So I hope you can now attempt it, but giving you less time because we want to attempt more and more questions. So kindly attempt, beta. Kindly attempt. Chalo. I hope people are getting it. Yes, people are answering also. Perfect, beta. Perfect. People are saying B. Sinchan is saying B. Chalo. I hope you have done. The calculation is the only trickiest thing, beta. Let me help you conceptually. So, sir, molar conductivity at this concentration is given. So, I do not worry about concentration because molar conductivity is given as 20. Now, what about the limiting value? Sir, for the ions it is given. So, just add it. So, it will be 400. So this is nothing but 1 by 20. So I know the value of alpha, but here I need to calculate the dissociation constant. For an acid, let's say I have an acid HA, which gives H plus ions and A minus ion. If C is its concentration, then if it is dissociating C alpha, so I'll be getting C alpha and C alpha. Dissociation constant is actually concentration of product upon reactant taking C as common. So it will be C alpha square upon 1 minus alpha. Because it's weak, so 1 minus alpha will be 1. So you just needed the value of alpha. And if you supply that value, which is 1 by 20, and multiply it with the concentration, which is 7 into 10 raised to the power minus 3 into alpha squared, as in 1 by 4 into 10 raised to the power 2. Because 20 squared, and definitely if you do that, I guess the 10 raised to the power thing is only telling you it is 10 to the power minus 5, and this is also 10 to the power minus 5, this is also 10 to the power minus 5, but obviously 7 by 4 is your thing, and 7 by 4 is obviously less than 2 because it is not 8, so 2.5 is definitely incorrect. So that gives you Bombay as your right answer. Perfect, 100%. Fair enough, beta. Supercharged, everybody, supercharged. Attempt this one. The question says on electrolysis, what is happening? Now the question is saying on electrolysis of dilute sulfuric acid using platinum electrode, the product obtained at anode. Sir, at anode what happens? At anode oxidation take place. So who will get oxidized? Sir, anode is a positive electrode once we are doing electrolysis. So what ions will be coming over here? Sir, the negative ion. Sulfuric acid has a sulfate ion, and sulfate ion is already present in its maximum oxidation state. So its oxidation potential is very less. Although I'm not saying it is not possible, it is possible, but oxidation of sulfur ion is very rare, and because it is very rare, because it is very inefficient, therefore who wins the race? Sir, water is also an participating. It also compete for the electron transfer. So as per competitive electron transfer, sulfate fails to get oxidized and rather water itself gets oxidized. So who is deserving in water to give those electrons? Who is having electron? Sir, hydrogen is not having an electron. Oxygen is having an oxidation state of -2. That means it is having excess of electrons. So it will give away that oxygen, that electrons, and will be producing oxygen gas. So OH minus, oxygen gone, OH minus ion gone, and what is left, sir? H plus. So just balance this also. So I'll be getting half of oxygen gas, I'll be getting twice of H plus ions, and I'll be giving 2 electrons per molecule. I hope everybody is done. So that means what is the product, sir? I will be getting oxygen gas. I will be getting oxygen gas. I hope everybody is clear with this. Fair enough. Moving to the next one. So again, the same question, beta. You have to apply the formula W is equal to ZIT, because here you have to give the number of Faraday transferred. So you can do this stoichiometrically also. So how to do it stoichiometrically? So you have to give the number of Faradays required to produce 20 gram of calcium from molten CaCl2. Molten CaCl2 will have Ca plus 2. You will requiring 2 electron to form calcium, but I don't need 1 mole of calcium. How many moles of calcium I need? I need 40 gram. So what is the charge transfer? So charge transfer is okay, let us do it from here only, stoichiometrically. So 1 mole as in 40 gram. So 40 gram will be requiring how many Faraday? Sir, 2 Faraday, because 1 mole, 2 Faraday, 2 mole charge is 2 Faraday. So 40 gram requiring 2 Faraday. So 20 will be requiring what? Half of this. So half of this is 1 Faraday, as in option 1 is your right answer. I hope everybody is clear with this. Moving to the next one. Yes, a very basic question, but still giving you 30 seconds to at least read it. So read it, at least have a view, at least read it. At least have a proper reading of the question, beta. It will give you good amount of confidence. Chalo. Okay, happy birthday Aruhi. Happy birthday Aruhi. I said it. Happy birthday, beta. God bless you. Chalo. Moving to the next one, you have to identify the reaction from the following having top position in EMF series. Sir, electrochemical series, the electrochemical series, the EMF series, because electrochemical series is arranged as what? Sir, on the basis of increasing value of electrode potential. That electrode potential, it is referring as EMF. So according to their electrode potential at, so again, nothing is given, only the reactions are given. So which is having highest electrode potential, you have to determine. I hope most of you have some rhyme, some mnemonic. If not, I'm giving you one. For metals, you should always learn this mnemonic, which is first the reactive metals. What are these reactive metals? You learn with a rhyme, which is Li Ka Ba. Act like a Bihari and shout out with me. Li Ka Ba. After that, Ka Na Magal. After that, Man Jan Kar. Now between Manjan, how do you do Manjan? Sir, you do brush with water. So between Manjan, you have water. Yes, water is not a metal, so I'm giving you a series for metal. But yes, learning the electrode potential of water also sometimes helps. Very in some few questions, but sometimes it helps. So Man Jan Kar. After that, Fi Kadni. After that, Sunpub. SNPB, Sunpub. After that, we have hydrogen, the reference electrode, and what electrode has positive electrode, what metals has positive electrode potential. For that, I make my students learn with a word called chap. While somebody say no, if you just have to copy something out. So in my place, people say chaplo. So how do you chap? Sir, chap. This is chap. Chap as in C as in copper, H as in Hg, then the cheaper metal, the cheaper investment these days, which is silver and gold, although not cheap, but yes, just because gold is expensive. So silver, gold, and platinum. So this becomes your reactivity series. Now, if you know this reactivity series, you tell me here the value is increasing. I mean, the value is increasing. I'm not writing over here because I do not have space. So the metal which is coming at the top will act as anode because it is having least electrode potential, and the metal which is coming at the bottom will act as cathode because it has most positive electrode potential. Although hydrogen has on by reference an oxidation potential, electrode potential of 0, so this all of them will be having negative value of electrode potential and they will be having positive value. So among them, you tell me what option is coming at the bottom. Sir, gold is coming at the most bottom, so it will be having highest value of electrode potential. I hope if you are not having any mnemonics, then this mnemonic will definitely help you, and I knew that percentage will be less. That's why I've given the mnemonic also. So you can again go to the mnemonics if you want to learn the electrochemical series for the metals. Moving to the next one. Chalo. Just a theoretical question, beta. Please have a view, not giving you poll for this one because again a doable question. Again a very doable question. So just read the question once. You have to give the product of electrolysis. Now, a typical fuel cell, the reactant R and product P is, sir, fuel cell requires water for the electrolysis. And if you just see water has hydrogen in +1 oxidation state. So +1 will be taking electrons. Taking electrons is a reduction. So who will be getting reduced? H+. After taking electron, plus will be going to the most stable form of hydrogen is hydrogen gas. So this will be happening in the reduction half. Where reduction takes place? So reduction takes place as reduction takes place as at cathode. So what are the reactants and product P? So reactant is a typical fuel cell. So it will be requiring water. Reactant R and product P. Fuel cell will be requiring what? Fuel cell will be taking H plus and will be taking OH minus and creating, okay, product is water. Okay. Just a second, beta. See, what is this construct? What is this phenomena of a fuel cell? Say you take the electrolysis, you consider the electrolysis of water. So if we consider the electrolysis of water, then what are the reactants? What are the reactants involved? Sir, we take the gases, as in we take hydrogen gas and we take the oxygen gas in the cylinders, and these cylinders, in order to carry these cylinders, it becomes a tedious task. Yes. So these are my reactants. I beg your pardon. These gases are my reactants, and they react to form water as a product. How hydrogen is going to react? Sir, hydrogen from 0 oxidation state in water, it will be going to +1 oxidation state. Yes, it is the other way around. So I hope now, what are the reactants? The gases are the reactants, and they on electrolysis they produce water. Yes. So from 0 it is going to +1 state. From 0 oxygen is going to -2 state. So that means this is oxidation, and that means this is reduction. So this will be your anodic half reaction. This will be your cathodic half reaction. That means who are my reactants? These are my reactants giving water as the product. Yes. So yes, an idea of batteries also you should always keep in mind, or else sometimes it gets slips. So yes, for your batteries, there are primary batteries which are non-rechargeable. There are secondary batteries which are definitely rechargeable. Out of that secondary batteries, the famous battery as of this time is fuel cell, because efficiency of this fuel cell is awesome. Even your thermal power plants has an efficiency of around 40%, less than 40%, and fuel cell is highly efficient, having efficiency of somewhere around 70% and giving no output product which is hampering the environment. So fuel cell, obviously we know, but what is the disadvantage of this fuel cell? So no disadvantage. If you have money, then it is best. But yes, why if you have money? Because handling these gases is a trouble. So you should have properly enclosed cylinder so that you can carry these gases as a reactant with you. Theoretically a very sound question. Chalo. Moving to the next one. Now you have to calculate equilibrium constant again, because you have to calculate the value of K. So because we have not done this formula in this particular class, so again giving you 30 seconds to attempt this. Try beta. As per Nernst equation, we know that E cell is equal to E naught cell. But at equilibrium, sir, cell stop functioning, and because cell stop functioning, so what you can rather do, sir, I can put E cell and delta G as 0. So if you do that, E cell or delta G as 0, what you get? You get E naught cell equals 0.059 upon number of electron transferred. Instead of reaction quotient Q, you get the value of equilibrium constant K, because at equilibrium cell cease to function, the useful work done by the cell becomes 0, the potential of the cell becomes 0, so delta G, E cell both become 0, and you equate the Nernst equation by this. Now value is given as 0.059. I have already taken it, and E naught cell is given, and you have to calculate value of K. So E naught cell is 0.59. So this will be 0.59 upon 10n into log K. Why? Because this is simply cancelled. That means log K is nothing but 10 into number of electron transferred. Now, what is this number of electron transferred? Because the question is not giving me detail about the value of n. Na? For a cell, it is giving me 1 electron. So n is 1. So because n is 1, so log K is 10. That means K is 10 raised to the power 10. Because log of x to the base a equals b, that means x is nothing but a raised to the power b. If I'm having log, nothing is written, then base is definitely 10. That makes C as your right answer. Let me see how many of you have got it. Good, fair enough, 80%. So we are doing great. You are doing great. Perfect, beta. Moving to the next one. Chalo. Attempt this one, giving you 30 seconds for this as well. I hope everybody is doing Hindi. Acha. Okay, Ananya is saying, I learned Hindi while watching movies. Beta, yes, you need to learn languages, because actually we are, if you want to promote yourself professionally, you need to communicate with more people, and definitely more people communication will require more languages proficiency from your side. Chalo. I hope the basic simple formula everybody has applied. E naught cell is given, and you have to calculate the value of delta G naught. So we definitely know delta G naught is equal to minus NF E naught cell. This is at the standard condition. So number of electron transferred over here, sir, from +3 to +2, that means number of electron transferred is 1, but stoichiometrically how many moles of ferric ions I'm having? 2. So because this work, this Gibbs free energy change is a work, hence it is definitely extensive. So you have to do the calculation for the given amount. And what is the given number of moles? Sir, 2. So 1 will require 1, but because 2 moles are there, so n number of electron transferred will be 2. So n value of n is 2. Into Faraday number is obviously given as 96500, and E naught cell for the reaction is given out to be 0.24. Yes, now you have to be a bit calculative, but obviously you can see the value is negative, so positive can't be your answer, it has to be negative. And once you solve this, I guess A is coming out to be the right answer. 50%, but I hope with a bit of calculation everybody is clear with the explanation. Chalo, perfect beta. Moving to the next one. Now please attempt this one beta. At least read the question properly. At least read the question properly and try out in your copy. Okay. Shrite is saying, I know only 10 languages. Beta, 10 is not only. I know 3 languages. Hindi, English, Punjabi. You know 10 languages. Oh, Ananya know 4 languages. Perfect. Now, a disproportionation reaction is what? A disproportionation reaction is what, beta? Whence you have oxidation and reduction taking place simultaneously. Once you have oxidation and reduction taking place simultaneously, those reactions are termed as disproportionation, but of the similar species. So you have to consider the change in oxidation potential of bromine with the given diagram, and you have to then the species undergoing disproportionation is, you have to mark that which is going disproportionation. Sir, you can only disproportionate from an intermediate value, and while disproportionating, the value of cell potential that you should give should also be positive. So point number 1 is you should be at an intermediate value, intermediate oxidation state. And point number 2 is the value of E cell that you will have to create should also be positive, then only you will be spontaneously disproportionating. So first of all, let us find out the values, the oxidation states. Sir, here bromine is X minus 8 equals minus 1, as in bromine is in plus 7 oxidation state. Sir, here bromine will be in plus 5 oxidation state. Here bromine is simply minus 2 plus 1, so it is in plus 1 oxidation state. Now, here bromine is in 0 oxidation state, and here bromine is in minus 1 oxidation state. Sir, obviously you cannot see the terminals because terminals can never disproportionate. Yes, I can disproportionate from this side. This side I am getting reduced, and this side, from this to this, it is getting also reduced. But if you are going from BrO3 minus to this side, it is reduction, and if I'm going from BrO3 minus to this side, that means it is oxidation. So what is the value of E0 is given. So what is the value of the cell potentials are E0 cathode. So for cathode this value will be, for BrO3 minus I'm doing, sir, 1.5. Minus E0 anode. Okay, but why not 1.5? Because from plus 1 to 0, so it is plus 5 to plus 1, as an oxidation state is getting reduced, so this is reduction. But for this it is 1.82, but you have to put electrode potential with the reduction potential. So E0 cathode minus E0 anode for BrO3 minus will be what? Sir, you have to judge 1.82 is the oxidation half, so minus of that. So minus of minus 1.82 will actually give you the value of reduction potential of this half. So this E0 cell is coming out to be, acha sir, it is coming out to be positive. Okay, that means BrO3 minus, consider a change in corresponding to EMF, the species undergoing disproportionation. So BrO3 minus is undergoing disproportionation to form this and that. Cathode minus anode. Beta, in this case the value, although it is not mentioned, but if you just see na, this magnitude and this magnitude, then they are not supplying that whether it is oxidation potential or reduction potential, but they are considering electrode, not written anywhere, but yes, you have to judge that. How? You have to judge that. How? Sir, from BrO4 minus to BrO3 minus, the potential is 1.82. After that, the potential is 1.5. That means it is getting reduced. It is getting, the magnitude is getting reduced. From 1.5 to 1.595, it is getting increased by magnitude. So just by the idea of the picture, you have to predict this, that this is also electrode potential. So rather, if it is electrode potential, then this value will come out to be negative. That means this can't disproportionate because its value is coming out to be negative. If E0 cell is coming out to be negative, then I can't be spontaneous. But just see HBRO. From HBRO, in order to reduce its potential is 1.595, which is larger in magnitude than 1.5. So its going forward is of higher magnitude, coming back is of lesser magnitude. So E naught cathode minus E naught anode will come out to be positive. Similarly, if you just check for this one, again from 1.595 to 1.0 it is reducing. So it is only increasing. It is only increasing in this section. So just by observation, beta, a good question, but just by observation you can judge that this shall be your process, as in HBRO should turn to Br2 and HBRO should turn to BrO3 minus. This will have a positive E cell. That means out of all of them, this guy only deserves to undergo disproportionation. A good question. If you try to do it mathematically, you will get confused. But yes, just see the notion. 1.82 to 1.5, it is reduced. 1.5 to 1.595, it is increased. 1.595 to 1.062, it is again reduced. So where it is increasing from here to here. That means this guy has higher tendency to reduce and lesser tendency to oxidize. That means E naught cell will be positive. So a good question. And yes, technically if this arrow is shown, then we will think that it is showing oxidation half, but it is giving you the value of electrode potential, I guess, which the theory is also telling you that different EMF values, because it is saying EMF values, that means it is electrode potentials, and that is always the reduction potential. So that will also give you an idea. But yes, I would rather say a good question to practice, and a good question to practice again while watching the recordings. Chalo. So let's see how many of you have cracked this one. Less percentage. It was a good question, beta. Chalo. Nahi. Let us do the last question for electrochemistry, because then we have to move to chemical kinetics for at least half an hour, because for chemical kinetics the questions are quite straightforward. You just have to learn, you just have to know about one, so first order kinetics, two, Arrhenius equation, third, the differential form, and the order and molecularity calculations using the table. So we'll be just practicing a few questions and we'll be done with chemical kinetics too. So the last question for electrochemistry, just give it a shot, giving you last 30 seconds for electrochemistry. Last as in we are not ending, then we'll be switching to chemical kinetics. Try this one, beta. Again, this is also a very good and conceptual question for electrochemistry. Nernst equation application. And in fact, this question was also there in your NEET paper. Obviously, it was discarded, but the same question, the same logic, and a highly probable logic, because this is a simple conceptual application. Simple. B. Ananya, Archit. Yes. So B. 100%. So let me give you the logic also, beta, for those who do not know. The pressure of hydrogen gas required to make the potential of hydrogen electrode 0 in pure water. So for hydrogen, the pressure of hydrogen gas required to make the potential of hydrogen electrode. So what is an hydrogen electrode? Sir, you have to write the reaction in reduction half. So who gets reduced from 0 to plus? It is oxidation. So H plus taking electron and forming hydrogen gas is the reduction half, and to balance it I need a 2 multiplier. So this is aqueous ion, this is gaseous hydrogen. So applying Nernst equation, the electrode potential will be equal to standard electrode potential minus 0.059 upon number of electron transferred, which is definitely 2 over here, into log of, for gas also I need pressure, so partial pressure of hydrogen gas raised to the power 1 upon the H plus ion concentration, but stoichiometry is 2, so I have a 2 over here. In your first NEET paper, they have changed this pressure to 2 atm, because technically it is 1, but sometimes it becomes 2 because they change the value, and in your NEET examination, which has been cancelled, they have given this value as 2. Now the pressure of, now we want because the pressure they are not commenting, so it will be the standard pressure. So what is the standard pressure that we take? Such standard pressure we take as 1 bar. So that is gone. So I just have this H plus ion concentration. Once it will go to the numerator, it will become H plus ion concentration raised to power minus 2. So minus minus will become plus. For the reference electrode has 0. The reference electrode has standard value 0, so not writing it. Minus and minus will become plus. This 2 and that 2 will be cancelled. So it will be 0.059 into log of H plus ion concentration. Log of H plus ion concentration is definitely negative of pH. So some students even learn this form, that electrode potential is equal to minus of 0.059 into pH. Now, we have to do this calculation for pure water. Now for pure water, we definitely know pure water has pH of 7. So for pure water, pH will be 7. Now we have to calculate the pressure of hydrogen gas required. That means now here we have to judge this pressure. We have to judge this pressure, that what shall be the pressure of hydrogen gas required to make potential of hydrogen electrode in pure water as 0. So I have pure water and I need to judge the pressure required. So this pressure required, actually it is asked out of me in the question. Then sir, how can you cancel it? Then do not cancel it. So instead, because we are supposed to give this value, so do not cancel it. This will be pressure of hydrogen gas required. I need to solve it. I want this value to be 0 because electrode potential I need to be is supposed to be the pressure of hydrogen gas required to make hydrogen electrode 0. So this value I want to make it 0. It was not originally 0. It will be minus 0.059 upon 2. I'm not removing this 2 as well because that is not 1. So this is log of pressure of hydrogen gas upon H plus ion concentration squared. Sir, if log of this value you want 0, that means sir, you want log of x as 0. Log of x can only be 0 when x is 1, because what is graph of log x? So this is x is 1 and this is graph of log x. So log of x can only be 0 when this x is 1. So that means this ratio shall be 1. That means pressure of hydrogen gas will be nothing but H plus ion concentration squared. What is H plus ion concentration for pure water? pH is 7. That means for pure water, H plus ion concentration will be 10 raised to the power minus 7. So this will be 10 raised to the power minus 7 squared, as in 10 raised to the power minus 14. A beautiful question. Yes, most of the students learn this, but if you have learned this, then in your in the previous examination also, I mean, which has been disregarded, the pressure was changed and it was given as 2. So learn things conceptually, because they are going to play with whatever mnemonics you have learned. Yes, learning mnemonic is good to be efficient and better time manager for your paper. But learning mnemonics just point blank without knowing the logic will be hampering you and landing up with a minus mark. So I hope everybody is comfortable with this. Yes. This finally brings us to the last chapter for today, which is chemical kinetics, starting with the first question. Now, chemical kinetics is a very doable chapter, beta, a very easy chapter. You should not leave this chapter. You should never leave this basic points for first order kinetics. So what is rate law for first order? So if half life, that is T half of a first order kinetic, is 1. For first order kinetics, T half is nothing but ln 2 by k. Point number 1. ln2, for case of simplicity, you can either learn 0.693 upon k. So here T half is given as 1. That means value of k, you know, value of k is 0.693, or simply value of k is ln2. Now, then the time required for completion of 99.9% of the reaction is, sir, for first order, the rate equation says Kt is equal to ln of initial concentration upon concentration of reactant that is remaining at time t. Like for example, if I have A forming some product, if initially the moles, the concentration of moles, whatever is A, and at time t, X has been dissociated. So X will be produced. But I am bothered in what the amount of A remaining at time t. So the question is asking you time required for 99.9% completed. So if 99.9% is completed, if I had 100 rupees, if I had 100 of the reactant molecules, then 99.9 are reacted, then how much is left? Sir, 0.1. Because 100 minus as in 99, only 0.1 is left at time t. So this is at time t. If 100 is my initial amount, then 99.9 is gone, so 0.1 is left. Value of K, I already know it is ln of 2 into t. So I shall calculate the time. So this time will be equal to ln of, this is 100 as in 10 raised to power 3 upon ln of 2. Now this basic calculation you have to do. Ln is log of x, so 2.303 will be getting cancelled. So this will be 3 log 10, which is 1. This is log 2, which is 0.3. So your answer is simply 10. So after how many time you can do it? After 10 minutes, that makes D as your right answer. I hope everybody is good. Now beta, this first order kinetic questions, definitely one question from zero order kinetics or first order kinetics. Zero order kinetic formula is this. First order kinetic formula is this. For zero order kinetics, what is the formula? Sir, it is just a straight line, which is y equal to mx plus c, as in concentration of A at time t is equal to A naught minus kt, where k is the rate constant for that zero order kinetics. Again, the one question from chemical kinetics using this basic is definitely going to come to your paper. Chalo. Moving to the next question now, because we have discussed a bit of this, so let me give you at least 30 seconds to read all these graphs. Make sure you're reading all these graphs. Quick beta. I hope most of you, acha nahi, nobody has given me answer. Chalo, no worries. Let us do this. Now the question says, carbon, solid and hydrogen gases reacting, giving you this. This is your value of delta H. Okay, sir. Which of the following diagram gives an accurate representation of this reaction? What is the reaction? The reaction is given, which is giving you the accurate graph. Okay, sir. First, sir, this is dx by dt with time. Dx by dt with time, it is giving you reactant is forming product. Sir, what is my reactant? This is my reactant. Value of delta H is minus, so it is exothermic. Sir, if you just check option C, sir, this is enthalpy of reactant and this is enthalpy of product. What is enthalpy change? Sir, enthalpy of product minus enthalpy of reactant. If you want this to be negative, then at least delta H has to be greater in magnitude. Yes, sir, delta H is greater in magnitude. That means this can be exothermic, but the difference is given out to be 74.8. Sir, what is the difference? Sir, this is from reactant reaching the maximum point represents your activation energy. So this is delta H, not the activation energy. This is delta H, not the activation energy. And because it is mentioning this delta H, this is the value of delta H. This is your value of delta H, which is enthalpy of product minus reactant. So enthalpy of product minus reactant will give you the value of delta H. Again, let me make this diagram clearly for you. If this is my reactant and this is my product, then definitely enthalpy will be negative, because enthalpy of product minus reactant. But beta, enthalpy of product, let's say it is 1 rupee. Enthalpy of reactant, let's say it is 10 rupee. So 1 minus 10. Enthalpy of product is 1 minus 10, that is 9. That will be the magnitude. Acha, haan beta. Then this magnitude will be delta H only, because enthalpy of product minus enthalpy of reactant. Yes, this difference will be delta H. this difference will be delta H. So product is more, product is less, reactant is more. The difference, acha, this difference should be delta H, na? This difference should be delta H, na? But this is showing me this value. This is, the graph is showing me this value. So this is activation energy. This will be delta H. As in, if the graph would have been made like this, this will be delta H. As in, this will be 74.8. So this is actually activation. From, although this is not very clear, the graph is not very clear, it is showing somewhere from here. So from here I cannot be sure. But yes, if in your paper the graph was clearly mentioned, then this will be activation energy and this difference is the delta H. So obviously this is not correct. Now you have to give plot of log x, x and dx by dt. Now what is dx by dt? So dx by dt is rate of change of concentration with time. That means this is my value of rate. As you change the concentration of reactant with respect to time, so that means, sir, this is my dx by dt, which is change of concentration with respect to time. If this is reactant, then this will be decreasing. If it is product, then it is increasing. Now it is always equal to rate constant into concentration of whatever reactants I have raised to the power order. Now just go to the reaction and just check. Because carbon solid is reacting with hydrogen forming methane, do you know what type of, what order of, what type of reaction it is? Sir, whenever carbon is undergoing hydrogenation and forming an alkane, generally this represents a zero order kinetics. Yes, sir, do we have to learn such conclusions for some reactions? Yes, beta. For few reactions, you have to learn this conclusions, and because hydrogenation of allotropic allotropic form of carbon, because it is saying carbon solid, that means it is simply graphite. So hydrogenation of graphite forming alkane is actually following a zero order kinetics, and you should know this conceptually. So if this is a zero order kinetics, then that means value of N is 0. Sir, if value of N is 0, then rate of a reaction will be equal to K, which is a constant. So rate of reaction, which is dx by dt, with time it should not change because it is following a zero order kinetics. So option 1, a good question because it is asking you different graphs, a good question because it is asking you conceptual knowledge, and a good question because it is asking you inorganic knowledge as well. And this is your NEET 2025 question. A good question from chemical kinetics, generally not thrown at you, but yes, if you are confident enough with your concepts, then you shall do such questions easily. I hope I will be not seeing much percentage. Again, less than 40%, but still fair enough. Chalo beta. Now moving to some practical questions, but giving you more time for this one. So 45 seconds for this one, beta. Again, please try it. Now this is a simple application, beta. This is a simple application. You can do this one easily. And this is a type of question you should expect also in your main examination. Although these are all PYQs, but yes, sometimes difficult question comes from a chapter. So sir, then why you have picked that question? Because beta, we are here to practice now. So I will be throwing you good balls only. Why I will be throwing you? Once you practice, let's say you are going for a 100-meter race. Do you run 100-meter while practicing? No, sir. You run kilometers of ground and then you go for a 100-meter race. So that is what we are planning and trying to do over here also. Chalo. If the rate constant of a reaction is this, sir, look at the unit, it is per second. That means because unit of K is just unit of time, that means That means, sir, rate of a reaction is equal to rate constant K into concentration raised to the power order. What is unit of concentration? Sir, this is change in concentration upon change in time. I do not have concentration factor, that is value of N will be 1 because this concentration will be cancelled and unit of K will be just unit of time. That means what is the order of reaction? That means, sir, order of reaction is 1. You should learn this also, that for first order reaction, the unit of K is just time inverse, which is second inverse in this particular case. So value of K is given out to be 0.03 for the first order kinetics. How much time does it take for 1.2 mole concentration of the reactant to get reduced to this much? That means this is my initial concentration of reactant as in A naught, and it has to get to this value as in this is the concentration of reactant remaining at time t. Again, I have given you the formula. So Kt is nothing but ln of initial value that I had upon the value remaining at time t, which is this much. So what will be t? So 0.03 into t will be equal to ln of initial value is 7.2 upon 9. Okay, not 9, 0.9. So this is just 8 times. So that means 2 raised to the power 3. That means 3 log 2. So this 0.03 into t is equal to 2.303 into 3 log 2. Log 2 is 0.3. So I hope now this is just a calculation that you have to do. And once you do the calculation, do we have participants answering to this one, beta? Yes, it will be somewhere around 69. It will be somewhere around 69. Or else you can do this also, beta. Log 8 can also be written as 3 ln of 2 cube. So it will be 3 into log 2, which is 0.693, because answer is that only, no? So that way I'll be having 3 over here and 0.03 over here. So this 3 and 3 will be gone. So it will be 0.01. That means it is 1 upon 100. So 100 will be multiplied. So it will be 69.3. That way you can solve it clearly. So yes, sometimes learning this, that ln2 is equal to 0.693 will also help. Else you would have to do calculation. So learning this, that ln2 is 0.693 will also help. So that formula ln2 value 0.693 I've also given you. So please make sure you keep these conclusions in hand so that calculations can become faster. Moving to the next one, but chalo, I thought that percentage will be less because calculation sometimes disguise you. How not to get disguised? Practice more and more. है ना? Chalo. Moving to this one, beta. Again a graphical question. Between ln of k, you have to give the graph between ln of k and 1 upon t. Sir, again a very famous graph for Arrhenius equation. Not giving you time because this is just application of theory. According to Arrhenius, we know rate constant k is equal to a into exponential of minus activation energy times of RT. Now we are not supposed to give graph of k. We are supposed to give graph of ln k. So ln k will be equal to ln of a minus EA upon RT. Why? Because ln of E base to the log of anything to the base that thing, log of E to the base E will be 1. So that's why this E I have killed, and this is minus E upon RT. This is value of Y, and 1 upon T is your value of X. So this is simply Y is equal to mx plus C, where you can clearly see intercept is ln of A and slope is a negative slope of minus EA upon R. So slope is a negative slope, not a positive one. It is the intercept is a positive value, ln A, it is showing negative value. It is showing 0. Yes, intercept is showing a positive value. So this will definitely be ln of A with a decreasing slope. So option D is your optimum answer. And yes, beta, for this Arrhenius equation also, you will be definitely getting at least one question. I hope everybody is clear. Yeah, people are answering too. So yes, I'll be giving you this PDF beta, which is having a lot of questions from chemical kinetics also to practice. But yes, because you have to let us do these last few questions. Last 2 questions, beta. Last 2 questions. You have to bit be a bit calculative also. By the time I just message Subrat sir, that after that you will be starting with your physics. But last two questions. Chalo. I hope most of you have got the answer. But beta, you have to be a bit calculative for this one, and you have to be bit vigilant for this one too. Thank God. That is great. So we have got 100. Yes, obviously less number of students answered, so we got a good percentage. But yes, a good question beta, again from first order kinetics application. But let us formulate the formula without even deriving it. How? With common sense. The question is telling you the rate of first order reaction. Order is 1, so this is fixed, that order of reaction is 1. Now, is this much at 10 seconds. So at T1, this is your rate as an R1. The rate becomes 0.03. Obviously, this should decrease only because as the reaction will proceed, reactant concentration will fall. Now, at rate becomes R2 when time is T2, which is some 20 seconds. It can change, so I'm just generalizing first. Now, after initiation of the reaction, so it is starting from 0, and after 10 seconds and after 20 seconds you are given a data. Now you are supposed to give me the value of half-life period. Sir, for half-life period of a first order kinetics, T half is nothing but ln2 upon k. That means, sir, you first have to find the value of k. Now how to find the value of k? Sir, we already know that for first order kinetics, we know that K into T is nothing but ln of initial concentration upon concentration of reactant remaining at time T. Everybody knows this. Now, let us do not derive that, because we learn this formula and we always 95% of the time we make use of this formula and get our answer. But in this particular case, this is a 2016 question. Sir, why do we need the derivation? Don't take the derivation, but at least understand this logic. Beta, if instead of kt, if I write k into t minus 0, so what does t represent? T represent the time taken at state 2. 0 represents the time taken at the initial state. If it is not initial, it can be replaced with t1, because when t1 is 0, time is 0. When the final time t2 is any variable t, then t2 shall become t. So t minus 0 can be t2 minus t1, will be equal to ln of, sir, initially it was a naught, but at time t1 it will be concentration of a at time t1. And at any variable time t, let us replace it with a variable time t2, which is the final time t2. Sir, in that case, but sir, I do not know the concentration, but beta, you know that rate of a reaction is directly proportional to concentration of reactant raised to the power order, which is 1 in this case. So concentration is nothing but it is proportional to rate. So instead of concentration, you can use the value of rates also, supplying everything in the formula. K, so this value I need. T2 minus T1 is 20 minus 10. It is equal to ln of. Now, what is rate at time t1? Because concentration at time t1. At time t1, rate is 0.04. At time t2, rate has turned into 0.03. I hope it is doable also. So this becomes 10k is nothing but ln of 4 by 3. So this is ln of 4 by 3 is what? Sir, is the value of K. What I need to solve? Sir, you need the value of T half. So T half will be ln2 by K, which we have recently calculated. It is ln of 4 by 3 into 10. Acha, it is upon 10, so that 10 will come in the numerator. Now ln, forget about that 2.303 factor. So this is log 2 as in 0.3 into 10 upon, this is log 4. Log 4 is 2 into log 2. 2 into log 2 is 0.3. So this is 0.6 minus 0.5, because log 3 is approximately 0.48. So writing 0.5. That means this is 0.1. That 0.1 and 0.3 will be getting cancelled. So this is 3 into 10. That is, this is simply somewhere around 30. Because we have done a bit of approximations as well. So, acha. Okay, answer, no option you're having as 30, na? So have we done any approximation over here? What? This is 4 by 3. ln2. Acha, okay. Here I have used ln2. Okay, because I'm saying it, this is log 2, na? So log 2 is 0.3. So this is log 4 minus log 3. Log 4 is 2 into log 2. So 2 into log 2 is 0.3. So 0.6 minus log 3 is 0.5. You have to check that calculation, beta, because we, I guess, do not approximate then, because none of the option is matching. So do not approximate, solve it accurately, and I guess you will be landing somewhere around 24. Why? Because I have taken 0.5, it should be 0.48. So yes, you have to do that calculation perfectly, because now here approximating has given a problem. So you can't approx that. This will be 0.48. And once you do it, you will be getting your answer. Your answer will be 24.1. I hope everybody is clear. But yes, you have to be a bit calculative for this one. Moving to the last question for the day. The question says the addition of catalyst during a chemical reaction alters which of the quantities? Sir, if I have a chemical reaction, let's say reactant is creating product from this cycle. So what is the amount of energy required for the reactant to reach the level from where it can easily form the product? So reaching the activation energy requires the rate determining step, which is the slowest step. So climbing this activation energy is actually the problem. So if I use a catalyst, then the catalyst provides an alternate activation barrier. So this will be the activation energy with the catalyst, and that shall be the white one will be the activation energy on a normal situation. So sir, activation energy can be reduced also, it can be increased also, and who alter this activation energy barrier? It's a catalyst. So catalyst alters, it can increase or decrease the rate of reaction depending upon what is your application. So it can alter rate of reaction by altering the value of activation energy. So I hope everybody has got that one too. And chalo, I hope people have solved the questions also properly. So this is it from my side. And then you'll be having your physics class. So please do the revision very properly, then only you will be able to make good with your examination. So bye bye. Subrat sir, over to you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, welcome back. Good afternoon everyone. How are you all? Quickly let me know in the chat box if I am clearly audible and visible. Be quick. A very visible. Be quick. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to PW English, NEET English. Let's start today's class. Hopefully you have enjoyed. I'm pretty sure you have enjoyed biology session and chemistry session. Now let's complete physics, right? So I have brought some multiple questions from different chapters, right? Some of them are PYQs from JEE mains, some of them are PYQ from NEET, and some of them are from your Mission 30 mock exams, right? So let's begin. Everyone's ready? All right, all right. So let me tell you, some of the questions are of good level, some of the questions are of moderate level, right? Let's begin. Let's quickly start without any delay. Let's start with a question from electric charges and fields from from class 12, chapter number 1, right? I'm going to give you some time to solve some questions, but I'll start with the first one. The question says 2-point charges plus 9q and plus q are kept 16 centimeter apart. So these are kept 16 centimeter apart. So let's suppose you have got plus 9q and then you have got plus q at this point, and then we have to find out where should a third charge q be placed between them so that the system remains in equilibrium, right? Good afternoon, very good afternoon, my dear friends. Let's quickly begin, right? So first of all, system should be in equilibrium. System should be equilibrium means that each and every particle in the system should be in equilibrium. Got it? Next is they are simply asking us where should the third charge particle be kept, right? So we obviously know that the third charge particle will be in between of these two charges, because for a simple reason, because we have got like charges. Second point, the equilibrium point will be nearer to the smaller charge. So we are going to place our small q somewhere over here, right? Now let me tell you one trick, right? You can also do it by your normal method. Let's suppose this distance is r1, this distance is r2. So you can simply write down r1 upon r2 is equals to under root of 9q, that is q2, or q1 divided by q2. Simply remember, if r1 is larger distance, then q1 will also be the bigger charge, right? The charger which has got more magnitude. That means, my dear friends, I'm going to write it down as 9q divided by q. Q and q gets cancels out. That means r1 comes out to be 3 times of r2. So I have got one equation. Second equation is, my dear friends, that r1 plus r2 is equals to 16 centimeter. This total distance is actually equals to 16 centimeter. Is it fine? So that means second equation will be r1 plus r2 is equals to 16. And now let's substitute, instead of r1, let's substitute 3r2. So this will become 3r2 plus r2 is equals to 16 centimeter, which means that r2 will be 4 centimeter, right? R2 will be 4 centimeter and r1 will be 12 centimeter. So answer is going to be either 12 centimeter from plus q or 4 centimeter, either it's going to be 4 centimeter from plus q or 12 centimeter from 9q. So 12 centimeter from plus 9q is the correct answer, right? Hopefully everything is clear. Quickly write down in the chat box, everything sorted? Everyone is okay with this short trick, right? Everyone is okay with this short trick. Please remember, they could have also asked us to find out the magnitude of this charge q. They could have also asked us to find out the magnitude of this small q. Then what we'll do is, we are going to simply say that this plus q charge actually repels this plus 9q charge. So this is going to be force applied by plus q, which means that this must be a negative charge, right? Why I'm saying this? Because for this plus 9q to be in equilibrium, net force must be 0. Now I know that one of the forces acting in this direction. How do I know that? Because this is also positive, this is also positive, definitely there will be a repulsive force. So this charge must attract it. Although they have not asked this question, but I am still explaining it to you, right? This is what equilibrium means, that this should be also, I mean, the net force on this plus 9q should also be 0. The net force on this plus q should also be 0. If system is in equilibrium, then net force will be 0 on each and every particle inside that system. Clear? So hopefully now you can do it. You are going to simply equate these two forces, force applied by plus Q, magnitude of this, and this should be equals to force applied by this minus Q, right? Got it? So you can now solve it if you want. K times of 9Q times Q divided by R square, or 16 centimeters square. You can convert it, and then you have got K 9Q, and then let's suppose that that charge is Q dash, and divided by this distance is, I believe, 12 centimeters square. From here you can find out Q dash if question asked, right? Right now they have not asked anything. Let's do this problem. Let's do this problem, my dear friends. Let's start. I'm going to give you 90 seconds. Let's begin. You have to find out the total resistance between point X and Y. You have to find out the total resistance, equivalent resistance between point X and Y. Quickly write down in the chat box if last question is all clear. Write down in the chat box, be quick. Come on. Come on. Let's solve this problem. You have to find out the equivalent resistance between point X and Y. Come on, be quick. All right, good, Robin. Quick. 15 seconds more. Third, fine, good, very good. Devyanshi is saying 3. Robin, you're saying A. Okay, let's see. Any more answers? Ananya is also saying A. Be quick. Time's almost over, so I'm going to start now. See, we are going to, the concept is we are going to name points as, we are going to name same potentials for all of those points where no resistance is connected. All right. Please see what I'm trying to say. This is point X, right? Now, there is no resistance between these 2 points. That means this point is also X. This point is also X. This point is Y. There is no resistance in between of these 2 points. So that means resistance of this point is also Y. I'm sorry. Potential of that point is also Y. Or I can say name of that point is Y, right? If there is no change in potential, then I can name them as same. Now, obviously, I can't name this point as X, neither I can name it as Y, so I'm going to name it as some another point. Let me name it as point P. Let me name it as point P. Now, please understand, we need to find out the equivalent resistance between point X and Y, right? So, let's say this is point X, this is point Y. Now, you have got one resistance between them, which is of 4 ohm. So this is resistance 4 ohm. All right, my dear friends, great. My dear friends, next resistance is between X and point P. So let's name one more resistance. Let's name one more point, and let's name it as from X. Let's name one point P, and you have got a resistance 2 ohm. My dear friends, you have got another resistance 8 ohm between point X and P. That means this is a parallel combination. So this is going to be next resistance, that is 8 ohm. Then again, my dear friends, please see between X and Y you have got another resistance 4 ohm. So between X and Y you have got another resistance 4 ohm. You have got another resistance 4 ohm. Clear? You have got another resistance 4 ohm. Then between point P and Y, you have got a resistance 4 ohm. So P and Y, you have got resistance 4 ohm. And then P and Y, you have got another resistance of 6 ohm. This is 6 ohm. Kindly see. Hopefully this makes complete sense. Now these two are in parallel combination, 4 ohm and 4 ohm. So we are going to, instead of writing two different resistance, we are going to simply write 2 ohm. Clear? Whereas for these two, we can write 2 times of 8 divided by 10. I'm finding out the parallel combination. This will become 8 by 5. So instead of these two, I'm going to write 8 by 5 ohm. Instead of these two, I'm going to write 4 times 6 divided by 10. So this will become 2. This will become 5. That means I'll get 12 by 5. I will get 12 by 5. Now please remember that, now please understand. Instead of, finally I can rewrite this thing as I have got a resistance 2 ohm, and then over here I have got a resistance of 8 by 5 plus 12 by 5, which basically means 20 by 5, which is nothing but 4 ohm. Now finally you have got two resistances in parallel combination, which is 2 and 4. That means finally the R equivalent between point X and Y will be 2 times 4 divided by 6. That means 4 by 3 ohm. So option 3 is absolutely correct. Option C. Very good. Blessed to be a doctor. Great. Sinchana, very good. Most of you have said first, but correct answer is 3. Clear, my dear friends? Everything is sorted. Do you have any doubt? Quickly let me know in the chat box. Please understand what I have done. I have simply said that if this point is X, then this point is X. If this point is Y, then this point is Y. And then I have said that let's name this as some another point. So I'm going to name this as point P. So simply I can say there are two resistance between X and P. So that means 8 and 2 are in parallel. So 8 and 2 are in parallel. Similarly 4 and 6 are in parallel. Then you have got X and Y, you have got 4 ohm and 4 ohm. That means these two 4 ohm are in parallel. So 4 and 4 becomes 2 ohm, and then when you are going to solve everything over there, you are going to get 4 ohm. So R equivalent of 2 and 4 will become 4 by 3. Hopefully everything is clear. Quickly write down in the chat box if my explanation is clear. At least do this much. At least write down in the chat box if my explanation is clear, so that I can also feel a little good and I can move on. Be quick, my dear friends. Be quick. Let's begin. Is it clear? Can I move on to the next one? Come on. This is from current electricity, right? Robin, you got your answer, right? So 1 ohm is not correct. Blessed to be a doctor. Very, very good. What's your name? Let me know. Very good, Ananya. Great. Okay. All right, Ayushi. Good. All right, Divyanshi. Very good, Mukund. Very good. Let's start. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so this is a moderate. I can say that this is between easy to moderate level, right? Let's move on to the next question. This is certainly an easy one. Okay, let's begin. Two small spheres, each having a charge plus Q, are suspended by an insulating threads of length L from a hook, right? This arrangement is taken into space. So my dear friends, usually what happens, by the way, in the meantime, Nancy, okay, very good, Nancy. In the meantime, you please write down the answer in the chat box. I'm pretty sure that you will be able to solve it. In the meantime, let me explain something to you. See, when you have got two charges which are suspended from two threads, usually situation is something like this. The equilibrium is something like this, my dear friends, and please remember, you have to complete all the cases of this particular topic. That means equilibrium of suspended particles, right? Complete all the cases. First is normally this. Second is when we actually talk about leakage of charge. Third is when you are going to dip this system into some another medium, right? So usually what happens that we write down electrostatics force of repulsion, we write down tension, and we write down mg. This is the normal case. This is the normal case. But right now they are saying that it is in space where there is no gravitational effect. If there are no gravitational effect, my dear friends, it will look something like this. So you have got one thread like this, you have got another thread like this. These were hinged at this point, and then you have got charge Q. You have got charge Q. Hopefully this makes complete sense. This is going to be electrostatics force of repulsion, and this is going to be tension. So this is tension and this is Fe. And by the way, this length is L, this length is L. So angle will be 180 degree and force will be 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught Q squared divided by square of 2L. So this was definitely a easy one. That's why I have not given this in poll. And if you are going to ask me, sir, what about this one? Can you please quickly solve this also? See, remember some things, right? You have to remember certain things so that you can save time. If this is theta, then this is going to be theta. This is going to be t cos theta. This is going to be t sin theta. That means t sin theta will be equals to Fe. T cos theta will be equals to mg. And when you are going to divide them, you are going to get tan theta is equals to Fe by mg. So whenever you are going to get any question related with equilibrium of suspended charge particle, you can directly use this, right? You can directly use this to save some time. So tan theta is equals to Fe divided by mg. Hopefully this makes sense. Now I am moving on to the next one. This is obviously some of you might remember that this was from one of the mock exam, but don't worry, we need to practice some good questions, right? Whatever questions I have bring, these are good level problem. A particle is projected vertically upwards from a velocity u with a velocity u. What is the distance traveled by the particle in the last t seconds? In the last t seconds of its upward journey. Before momentarily coming to rest. See, you must not get confused with this language. What they are trying to say is that if you are going to throw a particle with an upward velocity u, what is the distance traveled in last t second? So let's suppose it comes to rest at this point, which means that v will be equals to 0, and let's say last t seconds basically means this much distance. This much distance last t seconds. This is distance s in last t seconds. Obviously, to find this distance, I'll have to actually know this v dash. I will have to know this v dash, and I don't know that because I also don't know what this time is, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my concept. I know that, okay, the particle will actually come in the along the same path. If you throw a particle, it comes back along the same path. At this point, its initial velocity becomes 0. At this point, its velocity is same, magnitude is same, velocity is in opposite direction, that is v dash, right? And we can easily find out this displacement. So it's going to be s is equals to ut, because now the initial velocity becomes 0, minus half gt square. So if they are simply talking about distance, it's going to be option B. It's going to be option B, half gt square. Alright, clear? Everything is sorted. You have to neglect air resistance. Please ask me if you have any doubt. B option is absolutely correct. They were talking about distance. So we can simply ignore this negative sign. This negative sign simply means that displacement is basically in downward direction. Alright, now moving on to the next one. Quickly write down in the chat box if you have got any doubt, my dear friends. Be quick. Let's solve this problem. Let's solve this problem. And I'm going to start poll for this. You have got an equation of stationary wave, and then you have got 4 options. Start 60 seconds. Begin. Which of the following statements is wrong? The unit of Ct is same as that of lambda. The unit of x is same as that of lambda. The unit of 2 pi c by lambda is same as that of 2 pi x by lambda t. Fourth, the unit of c by lambda is same as that of x by lambda. Please remember, you have to find out the incorrect statement, statement which is wrong, statement which is wrong. Also revise the equation of stationary wave. It is important. Very good. Good. All right. So C is basically, please understand, this is omega t. All right. This is omega t and this is kx. This is kx. Fine. So Ct will have the same meaning. Ct is actually Ct. C is meter per second and this is second. So it has same unit as, they are saying that it has same unit as lambda, which is absolutely correct. Lambda has unit meter and Ct also has unit meter. So first statement is absolutely correct. X is in meter, lambda is in meter. So this is also absolutely correct. 2 pi c by lambda. 2 pi has no unit. C has meter per second and lambda has meter. So this is per second and this is also, my dear friends, x and lambda will get cancelled out and this is also per second. This is c by lambda. C by lambda, we have just now calculated it. C by lambda will be simply meter per second divided by meter. That means it is per second and this is dimensionless. So that means fourth is absolutely correct. This is indeed very easy. No doubt D is absolutely correct. Okay, very good. Very good. Let's move on to the next one, my dear friends. Let's quickly start the next one. Next problem. A particle starts from rest. Its acceleration versus time t is shown in the figure. The maximum speed of the particle will be. Yes, D. D is correct. I have also marked D, right? I have also marked D. Alright. Come on, be quick. Let's solve this particular problem. 60 seconds. You have to find out the maximum speed of the particle. You have to find out the maximum speed of the particle and acceleration time graph is given. You have to find out the maximum time of the maximum speed of the particle and acceleration time graph is given. Be quick. Come on, solve. Concept is that the area of acceleration time graph gives change in velocity, right? So change in velocity will be v minus u and that will be equals to area under this, that means half base into height, which is 55, and initial velocity is 0, which means that maximum velocity will be 55 meter per second and this will be achieved by the body at t equals to 11 second. This will be achieved by the body at t equals to 11 second. Till 11 seconds, the body will accelerate with certain acceleration, right? And after this, if let's suppose acceleration becomes 0, so body will move with constant velocity of 55 meter per second. Body will move with constant velocity of 55 meter per second. So option B is absolutely correct. Very good, Rahman Daket, Areva, Nancy, very good, Manav, Robin, Ananya, Khushi, Fatima, and the last one. Okay, good, very good. Let's move on to the next one, my dear friends. Let's see this question. Come on. A uniform conducting wire of resistance 10 ohm is uniformly stretched so that its length increases by 0.2%, right? Its length increases by 0.2 percentage. Please remember that this increase in percentage is very small. This is small. The new resistance will be approximately. You have to find out the new resistance. All right, come on, let's do it. Be quick. We all know that resistance is actually equals to rho L by A. Is that correct? Rho L by A. Resistance is equals to rho L by A, and we also know that if you are going to stretch the wire, if it is uniformly stretched, this means that this means that resistance will be directly proportional to square of length. Resistance will be directly proportional to the square of length, right? Why? Because volume is constant. Volume is constant, and we can write instead of area, we can write down volume divided by length. Instead of area, we can write down volume divided by length. Now, if you are going to use our formula, that means delta R by R in percentage is equals to 2 times of delta L by L. This means that delta R by, now initial resistance was 10 ohm, is equals to 2 times of, this is 0.2, right? This is going to be 0.2, or what you can do is simply you can write down delta R by R. So you are going to get 0.4 percentage, 0.4 percentage. Hopefully this is all clear to you. Now, okay, if let me do this percentage, so that means 1 upon 100, and then in the next step, my dear friends, I can find out delta R. So delta R will be, kindly see, this is going to be 2 into 0.2, which means that this will become 0.4 divided by 100 multiplied by R, So R is 10. So this gets cancels out. That means answer will be 0.04. Not answer, but delta R will be 0.04. And we know that if you are going to increase the length, resistance will increase. So finally the resistance will be original resistance plus delta R, which basically means 10 plus 0.04 ohm, which is nothing but 10.04 ohm. So option B is absolutely correct. Option B is absolutely correct, right? Kindly see, whenever they are going to give you any question related with stretching, simply use this formula. This is for stretching. When wire are uniformly stretched, their area decreases, right? If you're going to stretch a particular thing, their area is going to decrease and length will increase. Everything's clear? Quickly write down in the chat box. Be quick. This question is clear. Also, next very important thing, that this formula is only applicable for small changes. This is only applicable, only valid for small percentage change, right? For small percentage change. This is only valid for small percentage change. Clear? So, I mean, sometimes you can also write ki sir, okay, we are going to find it out by writing 0.2 percentage of length. That will take more time. This is quicker, right? Moving on to the next one, my dear friends. Next question. Let's start. This question is saying, a person is standing in front of a plane mirror at an unknown distance. Fine. So you have got a plane mirror and person is standing at an unknown distance of d. He starts walking towards the mirror. So you have got, let's suppose, my dear friends, you have got a plane mirror like this. You have got a plane mirror like this. And we have got a person who's standing at a distance of r, sorry, at a distance of d. So person is standing at a distance of d. So this distance is d. And then they are saying that he starts moving from rest. Okay? Acceleration is 0.5 meter per second square. So acceleration of person is 1 upon 2 meter per second square. 1 upon 2 meter per second square. from the rest if the distance between the person, and his image after 4 seconds. So after 4 seconds, they are saying that this distance between the person and the image becomes 1 by 2. So let's suppose, my dear friends, that after 4 seconds, person reaches at this point, right? Person reaches at this point and his image is somewhere over here. So this distance is, mind you, this is 1.2. This distance is 1.2 meter. This is 1.2 meter, which means that this distance will be 0.6 meter. This distance will be 0.6 meter. If I am able to find out this distance, then my question is finished. And I can easily find this out. I can easily find this distance out, because S is equals to UT plus half A into T square, and they are saying after 4 seconds, so that means this is T square. So this gets cancels out, that means this is 4 meter. So this is 4 meter, this is 0.6, so answer will be 4.6 meter. Answer is going to be 4.6 meter. Clear? Right? Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Everything's clear? Can I move on to the next one? Be quick. Done? Last question is all clear? No doubt? Easy, right? Person was moving, we have simply used equation of kinematics. Then they have said that after moving for 4 seconds, the distance between the person and his image is 1.2. That means we know that the distance of object from the mirror is equal to the distance of image from the mirror. So if this is 1.2, this basically means this is 0.6. I can find out this distance from equation of kinematics. No geometrical optics concept is required, right? This comes out to be 4, this is 0.6, answer is 4.6. Clear? Moving on to the next question, my dear friends, let's see. Question is saying a particle is projected with a velocity v so that its range on a horizontal plane is twice the greatest height attained. If g is acceleration due to gravity, then what is the range? A direct problem. Not too difficult, a direct problem. 60 seconds will be more than sufficient. Let's begin. Quickly, my dear friends. See what they are trying to say. They are saying that the range is twice. So, range is twice of maximum height. They have given this condition. Sorry, information. Right? They have given this. Clear? R is equals to 2 times of H max. R is equals to 2 times of H max, and then they are talking about, then they are saying find out range. They are saying find out range. Be quick. Come on, solve. Range can be written as 2u square sin theta cos theta divided by g. This can be written as 2u square sin square theta divided by 2g. This 2 can be cancelled out, g can be cancelled out, u square can be cancelled out, and one of the sin theta will get cancelled out, and that means tan theta will be equals to 2. If tan theta comes out to be 2, please see, you are going to use these small things in physics in multiple places. If tan theta is 2, this basically means that tan theta is perpendicular upon base. That means this is 2, this is 1, so this is going to be under root 5. Now, when they are talking about range, simply write range is actually equals to 2 into v square into sin theta. So, sin theta will be 2 divided by root 5 times cos theta. Cos theta is 1 divided by root 5 and divided by g. So, this will become 4v square divided by 5g. 4v square divided by 5g. So, option 1 is absolutely correct. Option 1 is absolutely correct. Very good, Fatima, Robin, Harshit, Arsh. Clear? Right? Can we move on to the next one? Can we move on to the next one? Let's solve this question. You have to find out the potential difference across 24 volt. You have to find out the potential difference across 24 volt. 60 seconds. Let's start. Come on, be quick. Find out the potential difference across 24 ohm, not volt, 24 ohm. This is 24 ohm. You have to find out potential difference across this. Quick. My dear friends, 48 and 48 can be written as 24 ohm. 24 and 24 can be written as 12 ohm. 12 ohm and 6 ohm. So 6 into 12 divided by 18. This is 3, this is 4. That means 12 ohm and 6 ohm can be written as 4 ohm. 4 ohm and 4 ohm can be written as 2 ohm. 2 ohm and 2 ohm can be written as 1 ohm. 2 times 1 ohm, it means that finally you have got 1 ohm and current flowing in this wire will be 2 ampere. So that means potential difference will be of 2 volt. This means that potential difference will be 2 volt along the actual 4 ohm, actual 6 ohm, actual 24 ohm and actual 48 and 48, because all of these are in parallel. So 2 volt is going to be the correct answer. 2 volt is going to be the correct answer. Option B. Very good everyone. Very good. Clear? Any more doubts? Sorted? Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Let's do this problem. A heavy ball is dropped from a height 5 meter. Let me explain the question to you. They are saying that a heavy ball is dropped from a height of 5 meter. So let's say this is 5 meter. And it is dropped basically means that initial velocity is 0. It hits the water with velocity v, fine. So it hits the water with velocity v. So at this point velocity is v and then continues to sink to the bottom and then continues to sink to the bottom, and let's say this is the bed of this river, whatever water body is this, right, lake, and reaches the bottom in 0.5 seconds. So it takes 0.5 seconds from the point of dropping. What is the depth of the lake? You have to find out this distance. You have to find out this depth. Let's say this is D. You have to find out D. Clear? Question is absolutely clear, my dear friends, right? We have to find out this D, this is 5 and total time is 5 seconds. And they are also saying one thing, that it moves inside this lake with a constant velocity. So that means it will acquire some velocity till this point, and let's suppose this velocity is v. So it will keep on moving with this v velocity. I can easily find out what this v is. V is going to be 0 square plus 2 into a into s, right? So this will become v will become 10 meter per second. So this velocity becomes 10 meter per second. Also, that means the time taken for the particle to reach this point will be, you can also very easily find out, that's going to be 1 second, right? Because v equals to u plus a into t. So t is 1 second. So if t is 1 second, if this is 1 second, then this means that this is going to be 4 seconds. and in 4 seconds it will travel 40 meter. So 40 meter is the answer. D will be V multiplied by T dash, and V is I believe 10 and T dash is 4 seconds. Answer is going to be 40 meter. Clear? Right? Quickly let me know in the chat box. This question is all sorted, done. Everybody is getting it. 40 meter is going to be the correct answer. Be quick. Any more doubt? Let me know, my dear friends. Can we move on to the next one? Come on. Let's solve this question. Be quick. A capacitor of capacitance 5 microfarad is shown in the figure. The internal resistance of the cell is 0.5 ohm. The amount of charge on the capacitor plate is, I am going to start poll for this one. 90 seconds, let's start. Please note, you have to find out the amount of charge stored in this 5 microfarad capacitor. You have to find out the charge stored in this 5 microfarad capacitor. Be quick. Quickly solve. Previous question hai doubt. Somebody has doubt in the previous question. Divyanshi, please ask me if you have any doubt. Okay, let me complete this, then I'll go back. Okay. Let me complete this, then I'll go back. Come on. Quickly solve. A capacitor of capacitance 5 microfarad is connected, and you have to find out the amount of charge on it. See, the concept is, my dear friends, for a capacitor, please remember some things. A capacitor actually, blocks DC after getting charged. After getting charged. Right? So that means after getting charged, there will be no current. There will be no current across this branch. But before that, obviously we know that the potential difference across these 2 points will be same as the potential difference between these 2 points. Is that correct? But potential difference between these 2 points is not 2.5. It is not 2.5. Please note this thing. Right? If you are going to write 2.5, you are going to get wrong answer. And let me tell you how. Most of you have done something like this, that Q will be equals to C into V. Right? And obviously, then you are going to get the wrong answer. So what you need to do is, first of all, find out the current flowing in the circuit, I. And current will be found out. See, this is 2.5, but please don't forget that it has also got internal resistance of 0.5 ohm. It has also some internal resistance of 0.5 ohm, right? So this means that this is 0.5 ohm, this is 1 ohm, this is 1 ohm. So R equivalent comes out to be 2.5 ohm. R equivalent comes out to be 2.5 ohm. R equivalent comes out to be 2.5 ohm. So current flowing in the circuit will be 2.5 volt divided by R equivalent, that is 2.5 ohm, right? So this is going to be 1 ampere. This means that there will be a potential drop of 0.5 volt on this internal resistance, which means that you will only have, at this point, will only have 2 volt potential difference. and that is how we are going to write that Q will be equals to C into V. C is 5 microfarad and V is 2 volt. So the answer will be 10 microcoulomb. 10 microcoulomb is absolutely correct. Very good. Clear? 10 microcoulomb is absolutely correct. Is there any doubt, my dear friends? Be quick. Let me know in the chat box. Done? Clear? C is correct. Now, if any student has any doubt in the previous question, you can ask me. I'll explain that question to you. Okay. Let's see this one. If everything's clear, then let's see this one. The ratio of de Broglie wavelength, of an electron revolving in the second excited state to the first excited state of a hydrogen-like atom is. हाँ 24. अच्छा ठीक है दिव्यांशी, let me go back to your doubt first. Fine, that's what I was asking. Let me go back to your doubt. वो resistance में 24, 12 बेटा this is very easy. If you have got 12 ohm and 12 ohm, 1 upon 12 plus 1 upon 12 will give you 2 upon 12 and that will become 1 upon 6. Similarly, 1 upon 24 plus 1 upon 24. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that R equivalent will be, if let's suppose you have got 2 equal resistances connected, right, in parallel, it becomes R by 2. If you have got 3 resistances connected, it becomes R by 3. So 24 by 2 is 12, 48 by 2 is 24, right? That's why I was taking two resistances. Clear? Hopefully your doubt is clear. Can I move on to the next question now? Okay, before moving on to that de Broglie question, let's solve this mechanics problem. This is a nice problem. Hopefully your doubt is clear now. Block A and block B shown each has mass 5 kg. So both of them has got mass 5 kg. If coefficient of friction between A and B is 0.3 and that between B and inclined plane is 0.4. Hold on. Clear? Very good. They are saying between block and inclined plane is 0.4. So this mu is 0.4 and this mu is 0.3. This mu is 0.3. Then what is the minimum value of force F required to slide the block B down the inclined plane? Clear? So let's see. First of all, let's draw these two blocks. Let's say this is block B. Let's say this is block A, right? Obviously, from block A is connected with a string, so that means it will not move. This block will not move. We have got a tension over here. So this block is not moving anywhere. Let's draw all the other forces. We know that we'll have a mg sine theta at this point. We'll have an mg sine theta at this point, and both of them are of same mass, that is 5 kg. So mg sine theta. Now for this block, there is a tendency to slide down. This block has a tendency to slide down. That means friction force on this block will act in upward direction. Friction force will act in the upward direction. Right now I am only talking about direction of forces. Then I will write down the magnitude. Clear? Also understand one more thing. Although block A is not moving anywhere, but please note that block B has a tendency to move, right? Now let's write down the forces. So this is mg sine theta, right? Mg sine theta basically means 5 into g into sine 37. So sine 37 will be, my dear friends, 3 by 5. So this gets cancels out. So this is going to be 30 Newton. So this is 30 Newton, right? This force is 30 Newton. Obviously, this force will also be 30 Newton. Hopefully, this is clear. Now, understand that this friction force will be mu into normal reaction. Now we have got also 5 kg block over here and we have got 5 kg block over here. So this is going to become 0.4 into 10 into 10 into cos 37. Cos 37 will be 4 by 5. One of the point will get cancels out. This will become 2. This will become 16 and this will become 32. So this force comes out to be 32 Newton. This force comes out to be 32 Newton. Is it clear, my dear friends? Quickly let me know in the chat box if everything's sorted. Right? Done? Any more doubt? They are saying that what is the minimum value of force F required? Minimum value of force F required to slide down block B. Right? Block B. Now please understand, if block B wants to come down, block B wants to come down relative to block B. Relative to block B, block A is actually moving upwards. Block A is moving upwards, right? So on block A, there will be a friction force which will act downward, and on block B, there will be a friction force which will act in the upward direction. And this will be the friction force between block A and B. So this friction force is between A and B, and I'm going to write mu. So mu is 0.3, mass is 5 into G into cos 37 is 4 by 5. 5 and 5 gets cancels out, this gets cancels out, this comes out to be 12 Newton. That means in upward direction you have got one more force, that is 12 Newton. You have got one more force, that is 12 Newton, right? I really don't have any use of this 30 Newton, so I am removing this. Now please understand, on 5 kg block you have got 13 Newton downwards, and total force in upward direction is, my dear friends, 44 Newton. So that means, and if this is 30 Newton, if you are going to add extra 14 Newton, this will get balanced with this force. So that means answer will be 14 Newton. It's a very nice problem. Clear? Is everything sorted? Right? Please understand, they were saying that what should be the minimum value of force F to slide B down. So let's draw all the forces on B. Let's draw all the forces on B. Please understand, sometimes students face this doubt that, sir, sometimes you are writing over here as 5 kg, over here as you are writing 10 kg. What's this matter? This is normal reaction, right? mg cos theta, n cos theta. Right now normal reaction is not mg 5g cos theta. This is also 5g and this is also 5g. So total it's 10g. Clear? Is everything sorted? Can I move on to the next one? This is a very, very nice problem. Please solve multiple questions like this from this chapter. Now I think I can move on to the next question. Let's solve this. Be quick. A car starts from rest with a constant acceleration of 2 meters per second square. Okay, I think you guys can do it. I'm going to start the timer. 60 seconds. Let's begin. A car starts with constant acceleration of 2 meters per second square. After 5 seconds, a ball is dropped through the window of the car. The window of the car is at a height of 1.5 meters from the ground. What will be the speed of the ball after 0.5 seconds? It was dropped. Right? Come on, let's do it. Come on. Let's see. So you have got a car, right? Let's say this is the height of the car. This is the height of the car. Sorry, height of the window. And it is 1.5 meter. .5 meter, right? A ball is dropped, okay, and it is starting from rest, fine. So first let's first of all calculate V. So V will be equals to 0 plus acceleration is 2 and this is 5. So that means 10 meter per second. So the time at which the ball was dropped, it was moving with 10 meter per second in this direction. Ball is moving with 10 meter per second in this direction, right? What will be the speed of the ball after 0.5 seconds? So after 0.5 second, my dear friends, Vx will remain same. Vx will be 10 meter per second. And when we are talking about Vy, it will be 0 plus 10 into t. So t is 1 by 2, that means 5 meter per second downward. 5 meter per second, of course, downward. So you have got velocities. This is 10 meter per second. And this is 5 meter per second. 5 meter per second. So velocity will be in this direction, somewhat in this direction. And it's going to be under root of 100 plus 25, which is nothing but 5 root 5 meter per second. C is correct. 5 root 5 is absolutely correct. C is correct. Very good, everyone. Great. Any more doubt? Be quick. Clear? Question is all done. Done and dusted. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Be quick. Come on. Any more doubt? Clear? Okay, great. Let's solve this question. A question from percentage error. In a circuit, resistance is equals to 10.0 plus 0.2. Alright, so we also know the absolute error and then we also know the current, right? The maximum percentage error in power will be. My dear friends, when they are talking about power and they have given us current and resistance, so I can use the formula of I square multiplied by R. I can use formula of power as I square multiplied by R, and that means if I want to find out percentage error, I am going to simply write this will become 2 times of delta I by I plus delta R by R. And let's multiply it with 100. So you are going to get 2 times of delta I. So delta I is 0.05 divided by current I is 2. Let's multiply it with 100 percentage plus delta R is 0.2 divided by R is 10 and multiplied by 100. One of the 0 cancels out. I'm going to cancel this point with this 2 with this and these zeros with this. So I'm going to get 7%. 7%. Please remember that these formulas are applicable. This is only applicable when errors are small. If errors are going to be big, we are going to do it with normal method, right? Is there any doubt? Be quick. Clear? Any doubt in this question? Quickly let me know in the chat box, my dear friends. Any new doubt? Can we move on to the next one? Be quick. Sorted? All right. So moving on to the next one. Let's do this one. Very good. In a YDAC experiment, in a Young's double slit experiment, a thin transparent sheet of thickness T equals to 5 lambda is placed in the path of one beam. In the path of one beam, the central bright fringe shift to a position previously occupied by third order bright fringe. Right? The refractive index of the sheet is. Now this question is from optical path difference, right? The problem is something like this, my dear friends. Please pay attention. Let's say this is a screen. This is where slits are. Slit S1, slit S2, and originally we all know that this is where the central maxima, this is what the position of central maxima is, right? Now when you are going to actually place a slab over here, please remember that there will be a shift in these pattern. There will be a shift in these pattern because of optical path difference. That shift is written by, and you can simply remember the formula, delta x is nothing but mu minus 1 multiplied by t. You can simply remember this. Let me explain what this formula says. This formula says that initially the pattern was something like this. Right? Now this entire pattern will move in this direction. Got it? Because of this extra optical path difference. This entire pattern will move like this. See, initially it was like this and now it has moved. Got it? This is known as optical path difference, right? And this is known as shift. So what they are trying to say is, now please read the question. They are saying that now the central bright fringe, so initially central bright fringe was over here, now the central bright fringe is somewhere over here. Let's suppose this is where the central bright fringe is, and they are saying that it shifts to a position previously occupied by third order bright fringe. My dear friends, if this is a third order bright fringe, then that means that the delta x will be 3 lambda. Shift should be of 3 lambda. Delta x should be of 3 lambda, right? And this will be equals to mu minus 1 times t. Mu minus 1 times 3. Right? And then 3 lambda is equals to mu. We want to find out mu minus 1, and instead of t, I'm going to write 5 lambda. Lambda can be cancels out. Mu minus 1 is equals to 3 by 5. This basically means that mu will be equals to 3 by 5 plus 1, or I can write it down as 8 by 5 or 0.4 or 1.4. 1.4, right? Is there any doubt? Sorry, please check 1.6. 1.6. C is correct. Done. Any doubt, my dear friends? Quickly see, optical path difference will be an important topic for your RE-NEET exam, because NTA has not asked any question from this topic since past few years, right? So kindly note this, and now we are moving on to the next one. An easy question. Now an easy problem. Quickly tell me, center of mass of a system of particle does not depend upon. Well, it does depends upon mass of the particles. it does not depend upon the forces of particles. It does not depend upon the forces of the particle, it depends upon the position of particle, right? Center of mass does not depend upon whether forces are acting on a system of particles or not. Clear? So this is, hopefully this is also clear to you. Now moving on to the next one, let's solve this question. This is also a nice problem. This is also a nice problem, my dear friends. Let's quickly solve this. Let's read what this question is saying. Question is saying a system of two springs K1 and K2. Two springs K1 and K2 are connected in series supports a mass m. The system is compressed by x unit. The system is compressed by x unit and released. You have to find out the maximum velocity. You have to find out the maximum velocity of the mass. You have to find out the maximum velocity of the mass. Let me explain this question to you through diagram. See, question is very simple. It's not at all difficult, but yes, it will test your basic concepts. The question says that we have got a spring like this, a spring having spring constant K1, then a spring having spring constant K2, and then we have got a block, right? So kindly note, let's say this is K1, this is K2, and this is mass m. So whenever you have got more than one spring, simply use the concept of K equivalent. And for series combination, the formula of K equivalent is 1 upon K equivalent is equals to 1 upon K1 plus 1 upon K2. So K equivalent will be simply K1 K2, and please note that this is going to become K1 K2 divided by K1 plus K2. This is going to be for series combination, right? Next is, this basically means that instead of this diagram, I can say that I have got a diagram like this. I have got a single spring having spring constant of K equivalent, and then this has mass m, right? And then they are saying that it was compressed by x unit. So let's suppose it is compressed by x unit and then it is released. So what is going to be the maximum velocity? Now let me explain you the concept. See, what's going to happen is, let's suppose this is the natural length of the spring. Let's say this is the natural length of the spring. Clear? And now they are saying that this is your K equivalent and this is your block, and they are saying that you have actually compressed this system by a displacement of x. Clear? So when you are going to release it, this system will move in this direction. This is K equivalent, this is m, and this block will attain maximum velocity when it will reach its natural length. My dear friends, at natural length, entire elastic potential energy will get converted into kinetic energy. Are you getting it, what I am trying to say? See, the point is not about just solving this numerical. The point is that by solving multiple numericals, we can complete our chapter, right? So what I am trying to say is, I am using conservation of mechanical energy. I am saying that the point when entire elastic potential energy will get converted into kinetic energy, at that point velocity will be maximum, when this conversion will be of 100%, and this is only possible at natural length. That means I am going to write one simple thing. I am going to write half K equivalent into x square is equals to half m into v square. Half can be cancelled out, v will be written as x root K equivalent, and K equivalent is K1 K2 divided by K1 plus K2. So x times under root of, and you have got also mass, my bad, you have also got mass, so mass will be over here. So option A is correct. Clear? Everything sorted? Quickly write down in the chat box, my dear friends, if this question is all clear to you. Clear? Everything sorted? Quickly write down in the chat box, my dear friends, if this question is all clear to you. Clear? Everything sorted? Quickly write down in the chat box, my dear friends, if this question is all clear to you. Come on, be quick. Be quick. Done. Can we move on to the next one? A similar type of a problem in which we are talking about spring, right? Quickly write down in the chat box if last question was all good. Now in this problem they are saying a uniform spring of spring constant of force constant K is cut into 3 equal pieces. Is cut into 3 equal pieces, right? Alright, clear? And then they are saying two such pieces, two of those pieces are connected side by side in parallel combination. And this entire combination is then connected in series combination with the third piece. The equivalent spring constant of this system will be. Now in this question they are talking about also cutting of a spring, concept number 1. Concept number 2 is K equivalent. So just now I have explained the concept of K equivalent and I think now you guys should attempt it. Be quick. Let's solve. Let me know the answer in the chat box, my dear friends. They are saying that we have got a spring, right? We have got a spring like this, and let's say its force constant is K. Its force constant is K, and then we are cutting it in 3 equal parts. In 3 equal parts. So what's going to happen is, when you are going to cut them, their K equivalent will increase. Sorry, their spring constant will increase. And if you are cutting them in 3 equal parts, each of the spring will have 3 times of the spring constants as the original spring. So this will become 3K, this will become 3K, and the last one will also become, the spring constants of this will also become 3K. Please remember, if you are going to cut a spring, its spring constant increases. If you want me to explain how this works, please understand in this way. If you are going to connect these 3 springs in series combination, then K equivalent will be written as K divided by 3. That means 3K divided by 3, that means K. Got it? So that means if you are connecting them, if you are joining them, their K equivalent is decreasing. Which means that if you are going to cut them, if you are going to break them, their K equivalent will increase. Their spring constant will increase. Got it? So if you are cutting them in 3 equal pieces, K equivalent increases. Now the next point is, 2 of these are connected in side by side in parallel combination. That means 2 of them are in parallel combination, and then this combination is in series combination with the last one. So 3K, 3K, 3K. My dear friends, this 3K and 3K will become 6K, and then this is 3K. That means finally the K equivalent will be the series combination of 6K times 3K divided by 9K. Please remember what I have done. I have simply used the formula of K equivalent, that is K1 K2 divided by K1 plus K2. So K and K gets cancels out. This is 3, this is 2. So answer will be 2K. Option A. 2 similar type of problems from spring constant, my dear friends. Please do these types of problem. This will give you a good practice. This was also a nice question, and then this one. Clear? Very good, Ananya. By everyone else, quickly let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. Be quick. Done? Any doubt? Can I move on to the next one? Can I move on to the next one, my dear friends? Let's read this problem. See, I have got different variety of problems for you. We are talking about spring, we are talking about new block, we are talking about in today's class, see in what variety we have solved. We have talked about kinematics, we have talked about current electricity, right? There were many questions from current electricity. Then we have talked about optics, So various problem. Now this is from electromagnetic induction. This is from electromagnetic induction. Let's start. Be quick. Let's solve this problem, my dear friends. A conducting rod rotates. A conducting rod rotates with a constant angular velocity omega about the axis, which passes through the point and perpendicular to its length. A uniform magnetic field B exists parallel to the axis of the rotation. Then the potential difference between the ends of the rods is. What is the potential difference between the ends of the rod? So it is hinged at somewhere over here. This is 2L, this is 4L, and it is rotating with omega, right? This is going to be the case for rotational EMF, and please remember that we are going to imagine that we have got a fictitious battery like this, and similarly we are going to have a fictitious battery like this. E1 will be B omega L1 square by 2. Clear? So magnetic field is B, omega is omega, and length is 4L. So 4L square by 2. So that means this will become 16, this will become 8 B omega L square. 8 B omega L square. Clear? And similarly, E2 will be B omega L2 square by 2, or B omega 2L square by 2, which will mean this will become 4 B omega L square by 2, that is 2 B omega L square. So that means if I am going to say that, let's say that this point is at 8 B omega L square potential, then this will be, and we are assuming this point to be at 0 volt. So this will be at 2 B omega L square. So I believe the answer should be 6. I believe the answer should be 6, my dear friends. Kindly see, kindly check. If you have any doubt, do let me know. Answer should be first, my dear friends. No doubt about it. Answer should be first, 1. Clear? Clear, friends? Done? You guys were constantly saying 10, but 10 is not the correct answer. Maybe you have done some mistake. 6 is the correct answer. Right? Any more doubts? All right. Let's move on to the next one then, my dear friends. This is from JEE Mains. This question is from JEE Mains. Let's start. The question says a 0.5 kg is in contact against the inner wall of a cylindrical drum of radius 4 meter rotating about its vertical axis. All right, the minimum rotational speed of the drum enable the mass to remain stuck to the wall is 5 radian per second. The coefficient of friction between the drum's inner wall surface and the mass is. Start. Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Let's suppose this is the wall of the drum. Let's suppose this is the wall of the drum, right? And this is the 0.5 kg mass. 0.5 kg mass. Clear? Shall we begin? So my dear friends, this drum is rotating. So when I am going to draw a free body diagram with respect to the body, I am going to draw a centrifugal force with respect to body. I am going to draw a centrifugal force. This will be m omega square times r. We will have mg. We will have friction force, and we will have a normal reaction. Clear? Forces like this. And they want us to find out the coefficient of friction. Fine, we'll do it. First of all, normal reaction will be equal to m omega square times r. Mass is 0.5 kg, omega is 5, and radius is, my dear friends, radius is 4 meter. Right? So this will become 2 and this will become 50 Newton. M omega square r. This means that if I am going to talk about friction force, this is equals to mu times of n, and that is equals to mg. So mu times of normal reaction is equals to 1 by 2, 0.5 can be written as 1 by 2 kg, and acceleration due to gravity is 10. So this will become 5, this will become 10, so mu will be equals to 0.1. Mu will be equals to 0.1, my dear friends. Clear? Be quick, let me know in the chat box, diagram is clear, question is clear. Come on, be quick. Sorted? My dear friends, any doubt related with this problem? Clear? Great. Okay, very good. Good. Moving on to the next one. This is also from JEE Mains 2022 paper, right? 2022 paper. Question says a boy ties a stone of mass 100 gram. Now you do it with me. Be quick, solve it. Mass is of 100 gram to the end of a 2 meter long string and whirls it around a horizontal plane. The string can withstand a maximum tension of 80 Newton. It can withstand a maximum tension of 80 Newton if the maximum speed with which the stone can revolve is k upon pi. Is k upon pi, then the value of k is. Then the value of k is, and where k is actually equals to k upon pi revolutions per minute. Revolution. You guys are talking about revolutions these days, na? So let's first find out the answer of revolution per minute. Okay, just now I was talking about revolution and somebody is propagating revolution in my live chat. Come on, be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Let's see if you guys can handle the revolution or not. Now you will have to understand now what revolution means. Come on. So let's say this is the point where we have, this is the hinged point. I mean, this is the point where boy is actually holding the string, and this is where the mass is, right? Although I don't have to draw the diagram, but still, for you guys, I'm drawing it. Mass is of 0.1 kg. I always draw, and you should also always draw the free body diagram with respect to the body. Free body diagram with respect to the body, right? So if we are going to talk about with respect to the body, you're going to have m omega square r in this direction, tension in this direction, right? So this is m omega square r and this is tension T. So m omega square r equals to tension T, mass is 0.1, and I believe we need to find out omega square, right? Radius is 2 meter long, tension is 80 Newton. So this will become 800, this will become 400, omega will become 20 radian per second. Now see, I am going to help you in converting this radian per second into revolution per minute. Okay, I am going to help you with this revolution. So the thing is, and after this you must please remember this, right? So see, we all know that in one revolution there are 2 pi radian. There are 2 pi radian. So that means in 1 radian there are 1 by 2 pi revolutions. 1 upon 2 pi revolutions, right? So this means that we are going to have 20, and instead of 1 radian I am going to write 1 upon 2 pi revolutions, and then instead of second I am going to write 1 by 60 minute. So this will become revolution per minute. So 2 and 2 gets cancels out, this becomes 10, right? So this will become 600 revolutions per minute. 600 revolutions per minute. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Clear? Any doubt, my dear friends? Be quick. Donald Trump. Quick. Let me know if you're getting the explanation. Be quick. Be kind enough to write down in the chat box if you are getting my explanation, and then we'll move on. Clear? Crystal clear. Very good. Very, very, very good. Sir, even Donald Trump is also attending your class. Yes, I am fortunate enough. That's why we are actually teaching in English, right? Come on, let's move on. Let's move on, my dear friends. Two identical piano wires produce a fundamental frequency of 600 Hertz. Produce a fundamental frequency of 600 Hertz. Dekho, see the variety. Now they are saying I am Cristiano Ronaldo. Under the exact same tension, if the tension in one of the wires is slightly increased by 1%, if it is slightly increased by 1%, how many beats per second? How many beats per second will be heard when they are sounded together? So the concept involves beats frequency. The concepts also involves stationary waves. The concept is of stationary waves, right? Now please understand, what do we mean by this? They are basically saying, let's suppose you have got strings attached between these 2 points. So the fundamental frequency will be something like this. Fundamental frequency will look something like this, right? And by the way, this is actually equals to L and this is actually equals to lambda by 2. Please see, these are the end points. So we have node over here. We have got antinode, maximum displacement, and V is equals to F into lambda, and instead of lambda I can write down 2L. So instead of F I can write down V divided by 2L. Also V can be written as tension divided by mu. Tension divided by mu. So actually I only want to write this thing that frequency is directly dependent on the under root of tension for this specific case. If I am not changing any other physical quantity, my dear friends, if I am not changing any other physical quantity, then frequency will depend directly on the square root of tension. Clear, right? So using this concept, again please understand one thing. See that this percentage change is again small. So we are going to simply say that delta F upon F will be equals to 1 upon 2 times delta T upon T. So delta F upon F will be, or I can also write down delta F, but first of all let's write down this. Delta T upon T is 1%. 1% basically means 1 upon 100 multiplied by F. F is 600, I believe. This gets cancels out, this becomes 3. So this is 3 hertz. Kindly see. Initial frequency was 600 hertz. You are increasing tension by 1%. So if you are going to increase tension by 1%, frequency will increase by 3 hertz. So that means 600 hertz will become, the next frequency will become 603 hertz. My dear friends, beat frequency is nothing but mod of F1 minus F2. That means answer will be 3. Clear? Nice question. Nice problem, my dear friends. Be quick. Write down in the chat box. Everything is sorted. Everything is clear. Quickly write down in the chat box. Done? Clear? All right. Okay, great. Very good. So remember all of these things, है ना? And if you want me to write down the general formula of frequency, you can also write these things. General formula of frequency will be simply, this was 1, so it will be actually n divided by 2l, oh sorry, 2n n divided by 2l under root tension by mu, right? And also instead of mu, you guys know that mu can be written as, my dear friends, mass per unit length, right? Mass per unit length. Clear? That means that let's suppose if you want to have another frequency, then it will be first overtone will be something like this. So this is going to be lambda. This is going to be lambda, right? So if n is 1, then n is 2, so that will become lambda. So this will become L, right? Clear? Okay, hopefully everything is sorted till this point. Let's solve this question. Let's solve some questions from semiconductor also. All right. Come on, be quick. Answer. You have got diode D1, diode D2. This is minus 1 volt. This is minus 10 volt. So with respect to this minus 10 volt, this is actually at higher potential. This is at higher potential. And by the way, potential difference is of minus 1 minus of minus 10. That means potential difference is of 9 volt. This is at plus 9 volt potential than this. Clear? Right? All right. So if this is at higher potential, that means this will be in forward bias. and this will be in reverse bias. So D2 forward bias and D1 reverse bias. D2 forward bias and D1 reverse bias. What is this D1? But D1 is diode. D1 is diode. D1 is diode. Hopefully you're joking, right? I mean, I pray for you that you're joking, you know what D1 is, but fine. In a photoelectric experiment, the wavelength of a incident light is halved. How does the new stopping potential compare to the original stopping potential changes? Right? Compared to the original stopping potential changes. So original stopping potential was V1. What is the new stopping potential if wavelength is halved? Let's suppose initially wavelength was lambda, and then we have decreased it to lambda by 2. Then we have decreased it to lambda by 2. So how will the stopping potential change? How does the new stopping potential compare to the original stopping potential changes? Quick, my dear friends. We know that if you are going to increase wavelength, energy decreases. If you are going to decrease wavelength, energy will increase. If energy will increase, then stopping potential will also increase. So will it be V2 equals to 2V1, because you are simply, if you are simply actually decreasing the original wavelength by half, right? Sir, if you read all the comments until now, you will find out this is that I know. That I know. But this is what dedication means, right? See, I am also here explaining each and everything without missing a single concept, right? So this is how you should actually learn. All right, clear? So now let me explain this concept to you. See, first of all, when the wavelength is halved, right? When the wavelength is halved, let's suppose my dear friends, initially it was hc by lambda, and this is equals to work function plus E times V1. Clear? E times V1, right? And when wavelength will be halved, it will become hc by lambda by 2 is equals to work function will not change plus stopping potential will change, and let's find this out. Let's find this out, right? So now E times of V2 can be written as, my dear friends, hc by lambda, I can substitute this value. So I am going to get 2 times of pi plus EV1, and then I will transport this to the other side, minus E1. Please kindly understand, instead of this hc by lambda, I have substituted this value. So E times V2 is 2 times of hc by lambda minus phi. So I am going to finally get V2 equals to EV2 is equals to 2 phi minus phi is phi plus EV2, EV1. So V2 will be phi plus, and by the way this is also 2, phi divided by E plus 2 times of V1. Now see, V2 is actually something plus 2V1, that means V2 is greater than 2V1 and it is greater by phi by E. So the correct answer will be V2 is greater than 2V1. V2 is greater than 2V1. Alright, clear? So my dear friends, now I think we have completed almost, if I am not wrong, we have completed wave optics. There were lesser questions from geometrical optics, so I'm not going to include that, right? We have done many questions from current electricity, from rotational motion, from circular motion, from Newton laws of motion, from kinematics, right? And still there are many other chapters, so we are going to keep on coming up with these, with such live classes. Please note that all of these questions are of either moderate difficulty level or nice questions. Like for example, as this question is certainly nice, this question is JEE mains, of course this is a JEE mains level, this is also very nice. Okay, now let's do one last problem and then we'll end our class. Okay, this is the last question, dosto. This is the last question, my dear friends. Okay, well, please don't say all idiots are here, I am also here, right? So at least you can exclude me, right? Match list 1 with list 2 and choose the correct options. So you have got physical quantities and you have got effect of timetable, or timetable bol raha hu maybe, of time period, right? So please understand, first they are talking about vertical spring mass oscillator in an accelerating lift which is accelerating upwards. So you have got a vertical spring mass oscillator in an elevator accelerating upwards. Got it? Clear? Please understand that the time period of a spring mass system is T equals to 2 pi under root m by k. 2 pi under root m by k. So it does not depends upon acceleration due to gravity or g effective, right? So it remains unchanged. It remains unchanged, right? Hopefully you remember, my dear friends, that even if you are going to have a spring block system attached on an inclined plane, still time period does not changes because it does not depend upon g effective, right? Then you have got a simple pendulum in an elevator accelerating upwards. For a simple pendulum, the formula is 2 pi under root L by g effective. And if it is accelerating upwards, we are going to write it as G plus A. G plus A, because it is accelerating upwards. So that means denominator is increasing, so this time period will actually decrease. So time period will decreases, so it decreases. If simple pendulum is placed in a freely falling cabin, so if it is in a freely falling cabin, then this G plus A will become 0. This will become 0. So if G plus A will become 0, that means time period will become infinite. And then if it is a simple pendulum, it is accelerating downwards, that means G minus A, so time period increases. This is the final match the column. Alright, my dear friends, so that will be all for today. Now please revise these many questions, right? And we'll come up with another live session soon. Alright. So thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. Study well. And on Monday, I'll take rotational motion and center of mass class, in which we are going to solve more numericals and also we are going to talk about some of the concepts. So on Monday at 2 p.m, I think time is not decided, it is not 2 p.m, maybe we'll start at 12 p.m. But on Monday we are going to start rotational motion and center of mass. So do not miss it. We are going to solve many such questions, many questions like these on Monday's class. Okay, thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. Bye. Bye.